So obviously, closed session went a little bit longer than we had planned. We're waiting for one more member to finish some business. She's back, so we will call the meeting to order. City Attorney, actually, let's have roll call.
Mayor Harris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Baumgarten.
Here.
Councilmember Cardoza.
Here.
Councilmember Espandola. Here. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
All right, we have Pastor Chris Fincham, forgive me if I pronounce that wrong, sir, from City Walk Church of Yuba City. If we all can please stand for the invocation, we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance led by, perhaps Robin would not mind for tonight.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with a spirit of gratitude. Lord, we are so thankful for the servants that you have given our city. We're thankful for our city council. We're thankful for our police and firefighters. And God, your word tells us that if we seek and desire wisdom, that we can ask of you and that you give it graciously and in abundance. And so tonight, God, we're asking that you would give our city council great wisdom. We pray that they would have clarity and guidance as they seek to make decisions for our city. We pray that you would protect them. We pray that you would protect our firefighters and police. And Lord, again, we are so thankful to live in a country where we are free. We're so thankful to live in a country where we have servants like the people here tonight ready to serve our city. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you very much, sir, for the invocation. I appreciate that. This time, I just wanted to, we had an initial change to the agenda to where it moved city manager's report, city council reports to the very beginning. For this time, I'm going to just let everybody know we're going to put that to the end. And if city attorney, if you could please read any items from closed session, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Closed session was called at 6:03. All council members were present. No members of the public were present. There is no reportable action taken in closed session.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on the agenda here, it's number 4, proclamation to Robin Bertagna. If you would come on down.
Don't bring the bag. If you hand it to another person, another council person.
21 years gets to this point today. Oh my gosh. So needless to say, this lady right here standing next to me and amongst us is pretty dang awesome. And it's hard. In fact, it's impossible to summarize 21 years of service she's given this city on a piece of paper. But we're going to do the best we can. This is the highlights of the highlights. So we're here this evening to recognize Robin, who is retiring after 21 years of dedicated service. It's okay. That's what it's all about. Problem is those are contagious, so I'm going to stand over here. Of dedicated service to the city of Yuba City. And dedicated, I do mean dedicated. Its citizens and employees. Robin embodies the city's mission of quality service, innovation, and leadership, and has been a model steward of the public's finances and trust. Robin has many achievements, and one that Robin is especially proud of is her team. That's a leader for you. The first thing out of her mouth is her people. The department is made up of excellent accountants, clerks, representatives, managers, analysts, and technicians that provide quality customer service to our fellow citizens and employees, thus ensuring the success of the finance IT department. Robin has applied her expertise as a CPA and former municipal government auditor to everyday decisions and recommendations. So the following is a list of some of Robin's accomplishments over the last 21 years. She issued numerous bonds, loans, and leases to finance and refinance the construction and improvements to city facilities, water and wastewater plants, developments, and infrastructure. She demonstrated to Yuba City's bond rating agencies that the city is a very good credit risk, which led to better bond ratings, saving hundreds of thousands of taxpayer and ratepayer dollars over the years. She's represented the city's interests under the Master Tax Exchange Agreement with the County of Sutter. She's worked tirelessly on the production of 20 award-winning budgets and CAFRs, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. I got it, first time. Directed the upgrades of major technical equipment systems and infrastructure, including the storage area network, financial software systems, the 911 phone system, police and fire radio infrastructure, meeting room presentation, audio-visual equipment, and security door access to all city facilities. She has served as the project manager for the dissolution of the former redevelopment agency and served as treasurer for the Sutter Buttes Flood Control Agency and the Sutter Animal Services Authority, and as the chairman of the California Municipal Finance Officers Association, Sacramento Valley chapter. And again, like I said, I can go on and on and on about how wonderful you are, your service, your dedication, your professionalism, your thoroughness, everything. And so thank you so much for your service. We all thank you for that. We're better because of you, and that's guaranteed. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the City Council of the City of Yuba City, do hereby commend Robin Bertagna for her outstanding performance and loyal service to the city and citizens of Yuba City. I hereby urge all residents of Yuba City to join us in recognizing Robin Bertagna for her many contributions to Yuba City and wish her the very best in the future.
I just want to thank everybody. Yuba City has given me such a wonderful opportunity to grow professionally. I've learned so much during my time here. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And as the tears will show you, it's very bittersweet. I'm going to miss everybody so much. I have 3 more presentations tonight. I promise not to cry during them. Thank you to my team. I have the best team in the city. I believe in my department. Phenomenal. You're being left in very good hands with Spencer. I'd also like to thank my family. Wonderful support from them. You can guess which one's my daughter. And thank you so much to the City Council. It's been a wonderful experience, a great 21 years. Thanks to everybody.
Do you have any photo ops, Spence? Dave, calm down. I know it's going to be a long night. So you all may know we've been doing some workshops for the CalPERS unfunded liability challenges that our city, along with every other city and municipality in the state, has. But I just want to take a moment to commend Councilmember Shaw here for his work. I mean, his expertise during these meetings is abundantly clear. And he's provided a very valuable insight. He's provided feedback to the participants. He's provided thorough and professional answers to their questions. He's provided thorough and professional responses and suggested our recommendations that we're going to be drafting to send forward down to Sacramento. And Dave, just for what it's worth, I just wanted to have it take a couple minutes here and just express our appreciation and my appreciation for the help in your in that big project. We didn't have to do it, but it is part of our job to listen to folks, and that's what we're doing. And it was that much better because of your participation, and I appreciate it. So Thank you for the talking points, but apparently I didn't need them. But this is a certificate from, looks like it's from me. So there you go. Thank you, sir. Really much appreciated.
Yeah, I'm fine. I left all that in Anaheim.
All right. Of course. That's the good stuff there. All right, let's get this train moving. We're going to start with, next is appearance of interested citizens. You are welcome and encouraged to participate in this meeting. Public comment is taken on items on the agenda when they are called. Public comment on items not listed on the agenda will be heard at this time. Comments on controversial items may be limited, and large groups are encouraged to select representatives to express the opinions of the group. For items on the agenda, we're going to take public comment on that during each agenda item. If you would wish to speak on any item appearing on the agenda, please note the number of the agenda item about which you wish to speak. If you wish to speak on more than one item, please fill out a separate card for each item. And items not listed on the agenda will be heard at this time. We don't have anybody who submitted something within over 24 hours? Nothing? Okay. So let's see here. I have nothing on. These are all related to agenda items. Does anybody care to speak? Uh-oh. Ma'am, if you would like to speak now, you go right ahead. And she does.
And I was going to comment on my opinion of Councilman Cardoza. But Mayor Sean Harris, you proved the point I thought about him. It took a lot of courage and self-searching to do what's best for the city. By him giving up being mayor and having a mayor who is proven and good and done a lot for our city, I wanted to let you know that I appreciated that. And it must be tough to pass it on. And then I come back to a meeting and the first thing he does is he appreciates my favorite person on the council, Mr. Shaw. So it's like, okay, too good. And then, retiring Robin. But anyway, it was all good. But I have to have some kind of a complaint. I've had so many surgeries and I'm getting more surgeries. These potholes suck. Please, maybe we can, instead of an angel tree, have a pothole tree? Put some polymers in there and, or Play-Doh, even Play-Doh would work. Well, maybe not, but please do something about that. And I also wanted to note that the policemen that I've come into lately, I must be getting older, they're getting younger, and I really appreciate that they really care, and I've seen a lot of interactions, and something as good is happening, and I think it has to do with the leadership. Keep it up. Thank you. And please fix the potholes and the traffic lights and put one in over on Franklin because somebody's going to get killed there. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Yeah, those potholes are fun to dodge, that's for sure. Anybody else care to say anything? Anything at all? All right. So we will move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and can be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items prior to the time that council votes on the motion unless members of the city council staff or public request specific items to be discussed or removed from the consent calendar for individual action. Would anybody like to speak on any of the consent items?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
council requested we pull item number 10 and postpone that item.
Yes, thank you for that. You have my back on that one. That's what we discussed. We are polling number 10. Anything else? All right. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Through the mayor, move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 10.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second by, I think Mr. Shaw went first, at least in my right ear. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? None. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 14, business items, review Yuba City financial condition analysis and unmet fiscal needs by outside independent fiscal consultant Russ Branson Consulting.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Finance hires consultants to provide periodic fiscal updates to City Council to keep them apprised of the city's financial activities and trend data compared to similar local agencies. During the budget process this past year, and since then, there have been numerous requests by departments for financial resources that we are just simply not able to accommodate. The economic expansion cycle that we are currently in has been the longest in history. Therefore, the next economic downturn is something that can be anticipated. Staff wants to be sure that the City Council and constituents have a clear understanding of the city's economic condition and our long-term fiscal sustainability from a budgetary perspective. My concern is this: if we are still in a period of economic expansion and we can't afford to do the things that we need to do now, how are we going to be able to afford to do them when the next economic downturn occurs? A specific example of not being able to do what we need to do are the rehab improvements to Fire Station 2. The total estimated cost of the project is $2.4 million. It was put out to bid earlier this year, but we only have $1.1 million available for funding. This led staff to question what else is there that is out there. We hired Russ Branson Consulting Services as an independent third-party expert to perform a financial condition review. Russ has extensive experience in the municipal finance field and comes to us with a wealth of information. We wanted him to provide City Council with a presentation outlining first where we are at, and then the areas he feels we are vulnerable because we have a great deal more in fiscal needs than what the city can accomplish with our current existing resources or with the use of reserves. With that, I would like to introduce you to Russ and ask him to please go through his presentation. Russ Branson Consulting.
All right, thank you, Robin and council. And I'm actually I feel honored to be here on Robin's last council meeting. I've known Robin for a number of years. I have worked with her doing this type of presentation for the city for the last 6 years. But prior to that, when I was finance director for City of Roseville, Robin was a colleague, and I know she's going to be missed statewide by finance professionals. Thank you. All right. So with that, and Robin will stand by in case you have any really deep technical questions that she might be better able to answer. But I just want to start off with saying, just with the overall view of the city's finances, you have recovered from the Great Recession, and I think you've been able to adopt an annual balanced budget, maintain and increase some your budget reserves. I think with Robin's leadership, have paid down some CalPERS unfunded liabilities that actually reduce future costs, pension cost increases, and you've been able to maintain a well-qualified and dedicated workforce to provide city services. But even with these accomplishments, the city does have several challenges that will be difficult to meet, I think, including providing raises and paying market demands for staffing for city positions, especially police positions. It's difficult to recruit. Funding deferred and ongoing the maintenance of city facilities and infrastructure, expanding for facilities to meet future community needs, and paying for increasing benefit costs, as we'll talk about a little more, especially CalPERS and health, along with material supplies and service costs. So with that, the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the city's current and past financial condition. I think it's important to look back and it's maybe even honoring to Robin what she's been able to bring the city through over the past 10 or so years post-recession. Review the city's future budget challenges, and then discuss some options in the pursuit of a continued balanced budgets. So with that, it's just that, the city, looking at some key economic indicators, two big ones here, unemployment and poverty rate. Unemployment is way down from what it used to be. but it's still higher than the state of California, about the same as Sutter County in general. Poverty rate, much higher than the state, and actually much higher than Sutter County. And per capita income and median household income are also lower, as well as median home values. All these to say that the services demanded and the needs within the community are great and greater than those on the state overall. But the underlying economics are challenging for the city in terms of generating increased revenues. Business cycle risk. On the right side of this chart shows the length of recovery expansion periods since 1970. We are now in actually the longest recovery from a recession in U.S. history, so at about 128 months. The chart on the left shows what has been a good leading indicator of future recessions, which is the spread between a 10-year and a 2-year treasury. And when you see it get below that zero, it's called an inverted yield curve. It's a fancy term for people think it's, you get more money for investing in 2 years than you do for 10 years, which is kind of reverse of what we usually think. That looks like that's an indicator. It has been over the last 40 years of recession. I mean, at some point we're going to have a recession, but it's difficult to predict when. But it'll happen at some point. We're probably closer to the next one than we are further away from the last one. So one of the ways that cities grow is through new development, and the city did well during the last recession, but since the last recession has really struggled to get back to growth and has been very kind of languid on residential dwelling unit growth. And residential dwelling units typically push housing prices, that growth in that need for more retail and things of that nature that just haven't happened for the city. So I want to go back and talk about the impacts of the Great Recession and what happened. So we'll see a lot of kind of historical charts. This one goes back to 2006, and this is the net revenue. So it's the revenues minus expenses, which you can see you're doing really well in 6, 7, starting to get a little less well in 8. And then FY9 through FY 2013, a 5-year period, the city was spending more than it brought in, which means it was using its reserves to survive. The recovery started in FY14, and since that time, the city has done pretty well in terms of having more revenue than expenses. At the same time, been able to bring back its reserves and invest in capital during that time as well. So talking about fund balance history, one, you can see that, and there's the different colors, and you have to forgive, there's a change in accounting principles and what things were called, and so things are just kind of organized differently from fiscal year 10 to 11. But if you look at the light purple and then the darker purple right at the bottom, that is the unassigned fund balance. It's the monies that you have year to year that you can spend in any way. They're not assigned, they're not committed, they're not unspendable, meaning that you have a definite commitment for something else. And from the low point in FY11, the city has both increased reserves as well as increased your policy reserve target. So now you retain about a 15% reserve of your overall expenses. So with that, again, 15% reserve, which is actually for a lot of cities is a very strong reserve, and so it's something to be commended. The GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends 2 months, which is about 16.7%. Many cities aren't able to meet that. 15% is pretty close. But you also need to think about, as you look at your reserves, is the kind of the operating risk and the risk of an economic downturn, as well as any Yuba City specific risks and things that have been experienced in this area in the last few years have been floods and fire, as well as just the need to invest because of deferred maintenance. And we'll talk about that a little more in just a few minutes. But beyond, anytime you've had money beyond the 15%, that's gone to either the pension stabilization fund, which is the fund that's been used to buy down unfunded liabilities, or capital improvement projects in the city. So the reserves available to spend, actually those have decreased in the last few years. while your unassigned has increased, your committed has decreased. I mean, you've committed money, you've been spending that down. So it's not a bad thing. And overall, you've maintained your 15% reserve, but if you look at committed and unreserved, it's up to 20%. So the city has been able to maintain a healthy balance there. So now let's look at the general fund revenues and expenses over time. Historical revenues. So the historical revenues, that dip of revenues after the recession, and then this latest growth. While the growth has been really good the last few years, if you look back from 2008 to 2020, that it's about 1.6% a year. So that's actually just around CPI growth, and CPI has been pretty low the last 12 years. So that, and sometimes we get stuck in, look at this, it's fancy. We get stuck in, I don't know how to control this light, there we go. We get stuck in looking at this growth here and forget that we're recovering from this, that dip a few years before. So property tax changes. Again, property taxes have not really grown until the last few years. I mean, they've, in terms of growing beyond your FY08 max. And overall, over the last 12 years, they've only grown about 1% a year, although it's been, again, a little faster the last few years, but just on a 12-year annual growth basis. At the same time, during this period where you've had a total 13.2% growth in property tax, you've had a 7.2% increase in population and a 17.4% increase in CPI. So the demands just based on new population and the cost of everything that you're having to purchase, including labor, has gone up. Sales tax revenues did not fall as fast or as long. Sales tax tends to be a little more volatile, as you can see here, and it falls quicker, recovers a little faster. And what I show here on the purple line, and this has been very much a up and down, but this shows the percentage of sales tax as it relates to property tax. Property tax tends to be a more stable revenue source. Again, sales tax up and down. And what you can see is, as compared with 2008-9, you're actually higher, even though it's been up and down during that period. But you do have a little more reliance on sales tax as it relates to property tax. So your balance is a little more volatile. General fund expenses. This is one of the areas that the city has done a good job in terms of managing and how it's managed through the recession and after the recovery. Is to keep expenses down. But and we'll talk about this a little, what you can see is one of the issues has been this red bar up here, which is your capital, right? So very little capital funding built into the budget. The capital funding has been when you have money left over to kind of off budget to program that. And like most cities, personnel expenses are the greatest expenditures in materials and supplies and services. And you can see through a combination of keeping pay down and as well as, there were furloughs and then positions weren't being hired, that the city has, while the costs have grown, the city has done a really commendable job of maintaining expenses in order to get to a balanced budget. But salaries have been fairly stagnant within the city. So where's the growth been? So over this period since FY08, you've had the biggest growth just as a percentage of growth on health and benefits. Those have grown a lot. PERS has grown, not as much as it's going to grow, but it's grown at a healthy pace. Materials and supplies have grown a little over CPI, but salaries have been kept at 1.3% a year. So salaries, I said, they're your biggest expense, and the city has done a good job of maintaining that at a low basis, but it creates pressures in other places. So overall, if you look back the last 12 years, expenses and revenues have grown at the same pace, and I've seen a lot of cities where that's not the case. So the city has done a really good job. You have very little control of your revenues, and you've done a good job of controlling your expenses. So let's take a city budget future. Each year, the city finance director, which has been Robin, and I expect this will continue on with Spencer, provides a 5-year budget forecast. So it tends to look at what's a realistic view of the next 5 years based on what we know now, and the major assumptions of revenues and expenses. On the revenue side, that 5-year forecast is looking at growth of about 2.9% a year. So it's higher than this 12-year average, but it's more consistent with the recent past, and probably a little conservative if you look just at the recent past, but can account for the fact that you may see some slowdown just in the overall economy. Expenses are also going to grow at about the same rate. Right. So, but what's pushing the expenses is going to be primarily the PERS costs. Where again, they're a little less, but they're still growing faster than salaries. And the budget forecast doesn't show the impact of different assumptions. It doesn't have like hey, in the next 5 years, we're going to be in recession, here's what's going to happen. But I think that's definitely consistently in your staff's mind and looking at their budget future. So as it relates to pension costs, we talked about the impact it's going to have on the budget, even with what's already been done to limit growth, is you're going to see significant growth on your on the safety side, going from 42.6% of salary in 2019 to 62.6% by 2026. A little less growth, a little flatter on the miscellaneous side. But overall, by FY25, you expect an additional $1.8 million a year in additional PERS costs than you have today. And that $6.4 million is just adding up each year. It just says you need $6.4 million of additional growth just to pay for the additional pension costs. So the city's actually, because of actions taken, is not seeing as much pressure from PERS, but the pressure is still there, and it's something you have to be consistently aware of. So the baseline budget forecast and what's actually in your budget book is something like this, which says that over the next 5 years, the city expects that the blue bar, the net revenues, to be positive, getting very little positive in those years by 22 and 23, but growing in 24, 25. And then the black line shows what it would take to maintain a 15% fund balance, and so that the area above the fund balance would be from the past practice would be put to capital and pension reserve. And what it doesn't account for, and this is an important thing, you currently have a SAFER grant, which funds 9 grant-funded fire positions. That goes away at the end of 2023, and the city has a choice at that point to continue those on or to let them go, or to do something to account for that. And that's an extra $1 million a year that's not included. So I took the liberty of taking Robin's forecast and changing one key assumption. It said, in her forecast, she assumes an average 2% per year salary growth, and that would be for step increases and if you added staff or giving cost of living adjustments. So I said, well, what if that went from 2% to 3%? So again, it's the biggest part of your budget, so it's going to have any increase going to have the biggest impact. But just that impact puts you in a negative position starting FY22, and it created a situation where you wouldn't be able to meet your 15% targeted fund balance reserve if you cut nothing else, right? Just if you just let that and go and funded any difference from reserves. So really, this is just to say that your financial future is dependent largely upon decisions made by council, and that it's going to be difficult without increased revenue to probably meet the kind of needs and demands you'd like to for your workforce. In addition, the city's ability to fund capital. We've talked about the program has been, right, take monies left over to fund capital. So you have FY20's capital funded, but nothing beyond that. And beyond that, there's several $1 million of funding that's included in the city's adopted capital improvement plan. So that's, again, something that you'd probably more likely want to build into the budget, if you could, rather than waiting for that to be just as available funds. But that was one of the things that had to be done to balance the budget overall post-recession. So let's talk about some of those other unfunded capital projects. We heard mentioned today potholes. So like most cities, and I haven't seen many that have very high pavement condition index or PCI. The city's currently is 61, which is considered fair, and I'd like to get 70, which is good, which 70 is a very fair kind of target. But to get to there, to really improve the streets, it's $7.8 million a year of investment. And the city currently, between new gas taxes from the state under SB 1, as well as money set aside for road rehabilitation, you have just under $2 million a year that's being allocated to that. So there's a distance there between what you would like to invest and what you can invest. Robin mentioned Fire Station 2, the fact that the bid was $2.3 million, more than twice the money the city had set aside, so it's back to the drawing board. In addition, it's the Fire Station number 1 and the Fire Station headquarters. A feasibility study was done on replacing those facilities, and then the cost in that feasibility study for both of those facilities was almost $16 million. And again, the city doesn't have the money identified for that yet, but it does have the picture on top is the current Fire Station number 1, and the rendering, the conceptual elevations are below for that as well. And other identified needs. So what other things are out there? And these came from department heads on various departments, community center, Highway 9920 interchange, Bridge Street expansion, which that's a little picture of the Bridge Street elevations. Increased contribution to vehicle replacement fund, and a minimum of $350,000 a year more needs to be included there, so you have money to replace vehicles when they're needed. Increased contributions to your technology fund, and as we all know, we're more and more driven by technology. And I remember in the city of Roseville, I'd hear the older police officers complain that the younger police officers get in their car if the computer is down. They say, well, how can we do our policing, right? Everyone is becoming more and more reliant on technology. And you see a lot of things there with both for police, general phone systems, and then just HVAC systems and other things that they're great when they work. When they break down, they cost a lot of money, and hopefully you have some money saved up to be able to replace those. And then ongoing maintenance. The city has a significant investment in facilities throughout the city, including all the buildings in the city is about 570,000 square feet across all departments. It has an insurance value of $220 million. So is that the actual replacement value? Probably not, but it's the one. It's a value I could hang on to. It's like, well, there's some valuation of these things, but if not kept in good repair, the replacement of these facilities is significant. Just like you're seeing with fire stations number 1 and 2. The costs are really high. Additional examples of some of the needs are parks is identified $11 million needed over the next 12 years. So turf and irrigation, playground replacement, senior center remodernization, Gosh Park, aquatic park amenity updates, which is a big piece of that. But you've seen cities during, not so much now, but during the recession, where the playground equipment becomes dangerous, has to be taken out. The city doesn't have enough money to put a new one in, right? So those are the kinds of things you want to be able to maintain your facilities, and it can be significant. So looking at options and pursuing a balanced budget. Elements of a strong financial condition. These are, this is what things I look at is and I think they're the things you look at, can you provide the services needed by the community at a level desired by the community? So it's not just balancing your budget, it's also having service sustainability. To maintain investments in your city buildings, parks, infrastructure, technology, and equipment. You want to be able to both attract and retain high quality staff. Ability to make new investments in the community as the needs and condition of the community change. ability to address unfunded pension liabilities, which you've been pretty good at, and willingness to engage the community in a dialogue about city services and needs, reduce services that can't be afforded, or is the community interested in providing some kind of option to increase taxes if they want to, need to maintain or expand services in city investments? And those things can be divisive, but you are seeing those in cities that I thought would never happen. Roseville being one. I thought there's no way Roseville would ever have a additional sales tax, and about a year ago or 2 years ago they got that in. Because one of the reasons that we talk about, revenues or service, how do you maintain your services, is as a city, you have very little you can do in terms of increasing revenues without a vote of your residents. Prop 13 of 1978, that's the limitations of property to 1% of value and limit on growth and value, and saying you can't increase your property taxes, right? You can do a GO bond and increase your property taxes for capital, but you can't increase your property taxes even if you wanted to, even if people wanted to vote for it, can't increase your property taxes for operations. Prop 218 kind of is it's the son of Prop 13, and it said, hey, assessment districts have to be voted on. And they have to directly relate to value to a property, which killed lighting and landscaping districts for a lot of communities and other kind of assessment districts. It also said, special taxes, 2/3 vote, general taxes, 50% vote. And then Prop 26 of 2010 restricted the government's ability to actually charge, to get extra money through fees and charges, and saying, look, if you have a fee for service, it can't exceed the reasonable cost of providing that service. And so if you go above, voters have to approve it. It's a tax at that point. So options to balance the budget. I think, what the city's been doing is the status quo, right? Is the city's been maintaining the budget. You've limited spending in materials, supplies, and services. You kept salary cost of living adjustments low. You've funded what you can for deferred facility and infrastructure maintenance. And you've funded what you can for annual CIP programs, right? So I think the city has done a really good job of living within your means. But a fully funded budget that could focus on, providing salaries, making sure salaries are at market levels, fully funding capital needs, fully funding streets and roads maintenance to raise that PCI level, needs expanded revenue. And you get revenue through two places. One is you expand your revenue base, so you're able to get growth in development that increases property taxes, and people who then, move here spend more and you get more sales taxes, or with that, or in combination with that, potentially ask voters to increase tax base through an add-on sales tax, a parcel tax, or something else. These are all political decisions, and I'm not suggesting, what your politics on this should be, but just suggesting that these are really you have two ways of doing this: control costs or increase revenues. Revenues have not been naturally increasing enough to keep up with all your expenses, and so it's just something else to look at. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain questions, and I think Robin is here to stand by to help out as well.
Through the mayor, can you go back to slide 22? Yes. Just want to make sure I understand this slide. If nothing else changed and the salary inflation stayed at the 2%, it would be after fiscal year 2022 that we would end up in the declining state that you're representing there.
Right, and this says if nothing else changes, meaning the revenues don't increase beyond what's already assumed, and you increase your salaries from 2 to 3%. So there's a growth beyond the growth factor. Yeah, starting in 2022, you'd have a difficulty maintaining your positive net revenue.
Thank you.
And again, that's just for assumptions, right?
Through the mayor, I was listening intently to your presentation, and it was interesting to hear about the different areas that you utilized in order to identify what our community looks like, what potential revenues, and what we might have to do in some decisions. When you presented the key indicators, it looked, I didn't catch which slide, but you're going through it. It was interesting to see in the way that you were identifying that our revenue streams, the sales tax and property tax are some of the major revenue streams, but this is what our economy of the people that live in our community represent.
Right.
And so you also stated about in order for us to move to increase revenue, there is a need for development. And so it's interesting to me to see who buys those homes or who needs to get what they need.
Yeah.
So what have you seen in other cities when you have this type of existing community? Improve it.
Well, I'll give an example of two cities I've done recent work in, which are bigger cities, but one is Salinas, which has actually, similar kind of city demographics, and much larger, and similar. It's an agriculturally based city, or an actual, economy, right, around them. They have actually instituted 2 additional sales taxes to provide, kind of bridge that gap between revenue. At the same time, they're pursuing growth, what's called their East Area Plan, and they're trying to do some things downtown. So they're doing everything they can to encourage growth, which I think the city is as well. There's lots of plans out there for trying to grow the city. But they felt like they had to come to do a voter-approved sales tax, and they actually did 2, and they've added on like a 1.5%, which I'm not recommending you do that much here. And the other is I'm doing some work right now in the city of Oxnard, and similar, kind of lower, lower socioeconomic demographics. And they also have a 0.5-cent sales tax. Okay. So I think that's been a way that a lot of cities, just because, they're doing everything they can, and they're just not getting the additional revenue to maintain the city in the way they'd like to.
So, and then proposing some of the potential improvements for the city, it's almost about a $40 million, it seemed, just based on the numbers that I was able to calculate.
Yeah, these are things that are kind of going on in the city right now,
okay.
Right? Yeah, so this is not anything new. I think it's more the roads, or just what your public works department says, hey, here's what we need to get this up. The fire station, you've done a feasibility study, that's that. And then unfunded capital projects are things that you may not, may not have the money to, but things that have been identified as needs of the community. Whether they can be funded or not is the other question.
Okay, thank you.
Anything? Sure.
I'll keep it real short through the mayor. Thank you for your presentation. And the first thing I want to say is to Robin, you and your team, it's very evident of what you've done over your tenure here, how you pulled us through the recession. And I will say, speaking as one council member, I think this council is probably more engaged than any other in the whole budgetary process and really understanding, because this isn't a one-item fix. We see the needs that are there, and where we haven't met those needs is because there hasn't been the growth and development in retail, in restaurants, all these things over the past 10 years that would drive the revenue stream that's needed to meet the needs, as it was referred to earlier. Stephanie's still here with the potholes. There's a big need, and we've been trying to fix it with a stagnant budget. And I just want to say thank you, and we are looking at it and on top of it. And recession is coming. The inverted yield curve is only one indicator, but it will get here at some point, but we just don't know when it's coming, and we need to be prepared. And I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Finance staff certainly appreciates the budget subcommittee. I know that you're fully aware of the requests and the needs out there, but seeing it all in one presentation kind of laid out, is a tad bit daunting, and it's important to be aware, though, of what the departments really would be their asks if they could, if we had the ability to fund it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robin. Thank you, Russ, for everything. It is, hats off to city staff, especially no small part to that lady standing to your left there, Russ. But we've done a very good job keeping our expenses within our revenue. It's just that, the challenge in moving forward is the revenue coming in doesn't cover, it doesn't quite give us this Yuba City we want to have. And we're also circling the drain on potholes and infrastructure and everything else. So definitely some challenges ahead, but we are still in the black, which is, one positive thing for sure. So thank you very much for your input. Would anybody from the public care to comment on the presentation at all? Please feel free if you'd like to. Yes, ma'am, if you'd like to come up to the podium if you don't mind.
Hello, my name is Dina and I'm a resident. I just have a question about the unassigned category. Do those funds generally go to a certain place or?
Excuse me. In accordance with City Council's budget policy, finance always makes sure that those equal 15% at the end of every fiscal year per our budget policy. So that's our unassigned fund balance. They don't really go anywhere. They stay in the general fund to help ensure that we can manage our cash flow, because our property taxes, for example, we don't get our first payment until January of every year. And then in May is the second installment. So we need that reserve to tide us over from a cash flow standpoint. That said, any excess is what we have historically divided. It was first initially always went to the CIP to fund capital infrastructure projects the following year. Now we split it between that and the pension stabilization fund to help buy down PERS costs and to have a kind of a rainy day fund for PERS purposes. So it does remain at 15%. You're welcome.
And it's always raining in the land of PERS lately, that's for sure. Anybody else care to talk? All right, we will move on to number 15, the CAFR.
Good evening again. In November, I provided City Council with a very detailed financial report. Those were based upon pre-audited numbers, and I'm pleased to say that after the completion of the audit, the auditors did not have any adjustments whatsoever to the city's major operating funds, which is our general fund, our water, and our wastewater operating funds. This is the third year that the firm of Badawi and Associates has conducted the city's annual independent audit. The audit goes out to bid every 5 years, and we like to get a fresh perspective and a fresh set of eyes in reviewing the city's financial statements and our internal controls. The comprehensive annual financial report presented to you this evening contains an unqualified opinion, meaning that our financial statements are fairly presented. This is the best or highest opinion that a city can receive. There were no areas identified in the single audit report where they had recommendations. And there were also no prior year recommendations, so therefore there was no follow-up providing a status of the prior year recommendations. City staff implemented the recommendations that were made in their first year audit. What this means from city staff's perspective is that we have a very clean audit. Our internal controls are functioning as we would anticipate and expect. And with that, I would like to introduce Mitesh Desai from Badawi and Associates to give you an overview. Excuse me, Trish, can you pull up the next presentation, please? Just a moment, please. Sorry about that. Yes. Perfect.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Mayor, council members. So I have a short presentation here. I know that was a lot of financial information already covered. I do have some financial slides, so I'll try not to be redundant, maybe just focus on some highlights. To get started, so we've completed our audit of the 2019 financial statements. Our agenda will go over the engagement team, deliverables, some areas of primary emphasis. We do audit the complete financial statements, but pay attention to certain areas more than other areas. It's a risk-based audit. We'll go over the auditor's reports. I think Robin already mentioned it's an unmodified opinion. And go some financial trends, required communications. We'll briefly talk on new accounting standards that are coming the city's way, and I'll leave some time for questions if needed. So Ahmed Badawi was the engagement partner, so he was responsible for the entire audit. I was the manager on the audit, overseeing the team. We had one senior, his name was Salah, and one staff, Fedor. We have a quality control reviewer. They're not necessarily part of the engagement team, but they perform a quality control check on our work papers and the report to make sure we followed auditing standards and we didn't miss anything on our side. We do have access to an IT specialist. If there was any specific risks that we identified in the city's IT, they would be involved in the audit. Normally when you have off-the-shelf software, we don't normally involve them, but we did have access to him if needed. Our deliverables included the independent auditor's report, a report on internal control, a single audit report or a report on compliance and internal control for compliance with major federal awards, a GAN limit, which is agreed upon procedures report, and we'll be issuing a letter pretty much briefly going over what we'll be talking about today, which is our communications with those charged with governance. Areas of primary emphasis. So as I mentioned, we do look at everything, but we look at certain things more closely than others. That's by identifying risks. So as part of an audit, we are required to look at revenues more closely. We have to assume a risk of improper revenue recognition, either for, trying to, for management bias or for, trying to make budget or other reasons. So we do more procedures on revenues, and that includes confirming revenues. So we do run reports from the CDTFA. It's a new department, but we compare those sales tax reports to what's the city recorded. We obtain a confirmation from the county, validate the sales tax. We get other reports for gas tax and SB1 monies and confirm those. We do analytics on proprietary revenues for water and sewer. We compare your revenue trends month to month to consumption, to other indicators. For pension and OPEB, those are relatively new accounting standards, so we consider them to be complex in nature, so we do look at those journal entries more closely. We get auditors' reports from PARS and also from CalPERS and compare those audited reports to what's in your actual evaluations and what's recorded on the financial statements. And management override of internal controls is another assumed risk. It's not anything specific to the city's audit. It's a risk that exists in all audits, that management are the people who put controls in place, so they have the authority to bypass those controls. So we do procedures, we look at manual journal entries, we examine estimates, we scan the general ledger for any unusual items to just, address that risk when we're performing the audit. So the auditor's report, so we issued an unmodified opinion. What that means is that your financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. Disclosures are complete and adequately disclosed. Estimates are reasonable. We had one board member that wasn't happy with the word fairly stated. They felt that it's an A- and not an A+. Unfortunately, that's the language we're allowed to use as part of auditing standards. And the reason why is that we don't look at everything. We don't validate 100% of your transactions. We use sampling. We look at we have materiality thresholds. So as far as we're concerned, they are financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. There may be errors, however, those errors are immaterial, if any at all. I'm going over some financial trends. I'll speed through these. This is just 3-year trend of your assets and deferred outflows. Nothing too significant here. You'll see there was an increase in your capital assets, and that's mainly due to the bridge project, that you had some significant expenditures that were funded by Caltrans this year, last year. You did have an increase in long-term debt that was due to a new debt that was issued in the, I believe, the water fund this year. No other significant changes. Your net investment in capital assets went up, mainly because of the bridge project there. No other significant changes. You'll see this slide on slide number 13 is your trend of change in net position. This year, it's a bit of an anomaly that it seems like as though you have a big jump in revenues and you have a big change in net position. And the reason why you see it this way is that you did have a lot of capital grant revenues from Caltrans, for which the revenues are recognized on the income statement. However, the expenses or the expenditures that you paid for or that the grant funded are being capitalized as to capital assets. So there's no related expense there. But you do that; those expenses eventually will be, written off as part of depreciation expense. So you'll see that in future years. I just want to explain that it's not you have some brand new revenues in light of what the previous presentation. And similarly here, you'll see that your net cost of service decreased, and the net cost of service, pretty much the net cost of service is meant to represent your cost of service, so your expenses for different government functions, police, fire, community development, etc., offset by any revenues that those departments generate. So, for example, the police department generates, police fines or tickets, or you charge for permits. Those are offsetting to the expense. Those expenses are not. You don't normally charge exactly what those expenses are. So you would always have a net cost. That net cost is supposed to be funded by taxes and other general revenues. So normally you would expect that your taxes would cover the net cost of service. Again, this year it's a bit of an anomaly that it looks like your net cost of service significantly decreased. That's because those capital grant revenues from Caltrans need to be included as part of program revenues, which decreases your net cost. I apologize. I probably should have taken this out or footnoted it or adjusted it to make it a bit more comparable, but it's really difficult sometimes. This is just a general fund expenditure coverage chart. Pretty much going over what was mentioned before. The GFOA recommends that your unrestricted revenues, the revenues that City Council has control over, be about 2 months of your expenditures. So in the unlikely situation that you stop receiving any further revenues, how long would you be able to operate? So you're about in the ballpark of two months. So that's pretty much in line with what they're recommending. Pension contributions. So yeah, pension contributions are growing as CalPERS increases those required contribution rates. This year, your miscellaneous contributions increased also because of voluntary additional contribution that was made for the miscellaneous plan of $750,000, I believe. So that's why your miscellaneous contributions were higher than safety, which normally would be more significant. This is a trend of your funded status for net pension liability. This is consistent with prior years. For the safety plan is the city participates in a cost-sharing plan, so it's not necessarily an exact figure. You're pretty much picking a piece of the total plan based on allocation factors that are based on others in the plan, and so it's not necessarily the most accurate number, but it's as close as you'll get. So there was no significant change in this year. With your miscellaneous plan, you did have a decrease this year, mainly because of higher assets or fiduciary net position in the plan. And that's based on investment earnings, employer contributions, benefit payments. So this year, or in the 2018 measurement period, you did have a $5 million increase in those plan assets that offset about the same liability, which resulted in a lower net pension liability. But that can change as investments and such change. So in your financial statements or the notes to the financial statements, there's a disclosure for pension and OPEB called sensitivity disclosures. And this is to highlight a very significant assumption that is used to derive your net pension liability, which is the discount rate. For 2018 measurement period, 7.15% discount rate was used. However, it's a bit of an estimate. So GASB requires that you disclose what would have been the number had the discount rate been 1% higher or 1% lower. So you can see that had the actuary used a 1% lower discount rate, the liability would be double about. And if the actuary used the 1% higher discount rate, then you would have half the liability. So it's just a range. It just gives you an idea of what the number could be in the future, or some more information. On slide number 20, this is just a trend of your OPEB contributions for healthcare, retiree healthcare, and this has been consistently growing as well. With regards to your OPEB funded status, it's been consistent, slightly lower this year as you fund that plan. The actuary uses a lower discount rate, and you get a lower number at the end of the day, which is good. Similarly, you have a sensitivity disclosure for OPEB. You'll see the numbers or the swing is not as drastic as it is for pension, and that's just because you're looking at a health premium payment versus an annual pension salary in terms of the number that's being projected in the future. Someone's retiree health premium is smaller than their annual pension, so that number is not going to swing that much due to the discount rate. Also, the OPEB plan is limited to certain employees versus the pension plan covers majority of the city's employees except part-time and temps. An additional sensitivity disclosure for OPEB, which needs to be disclosed, is the healthcare cost trend rate sensitivity disclosure. And this is another assumption that the actuary uses when it comes to OPEB is they assume, or they make an assumption as to how much healthcare costs will increase in the future. So similarly, if they assume that those costs would increase higher in the future, the liability to be higher. If they assume that healthcare costs will gradually increase, then that liability will be smaller. So this is give you an idea of that change, or what the number could be. Just going over some required communications that we're required to make as part of the audit to you is our responsibilities versus management's responsibilities. It can be confusing, or it can be a bit, confusing when it comes to the financial statements and the auditor's reports. They're all together in one document. It's not our document as the auditors. It's management's document. Our documents are the 2-3 pages that are in the beginning of the report, which is the auditor's opinion. So in terms of our responsibilities as the auditor, we're responsible to opine on those financial statements as to whether they're fairly stated, evaluate internal controls over financial reporting, evaluate compliance, whether management complied materially with all laws and regulations, make sure that financials are transparent and disclosures are complete, and also to communicate with you as to the audit results. Management is responsible for everything else. They're responsible for the financial statements, establishing internal controls over compliance, detecting fraud, informing us of all known and suspected fraud, and also to comply with laws and regulations, and also to take corrective action if we do identify internal control issues or audit findings. Our responsibility is also to maintain independence. So it's crucial that we place safeguards, especially when we're assisting with preparing the financial statements, that we don't impair our independence, that we're auditing our own work or taking on management's role when we're preparing the document. So we do provide management with our account roll-ups, our journal entries. We provide them with any updates of new accounting pronouncements and what that requires. And we also submit our report once it's prepared to our independent reviewer, who we had on the engagement team, who hasn't looked at the document at all, to provide their, third eye on it, to make sure that we're not making any biased or independent violations. In terms of timing of the audit was, we're here, so we're presenting the audit before December 31st, so it was performed timely in accordance with what we agreed on. Significant accounting policies and unusual transactions. So there was 2 new accounting pronouncements that were implemented this year. GASB 83 discusses asset retirement obligations. That did not apply to the city. And secondly was GASB 88, which adjusted your footnote for debt, long-term debt. So you'll notice this year that your long-term debt disclosure looks a bit different. Pretty much it just requires a segregation of publicly issued debt versus private debt or private placement debt. So any bonds that were, went through a public offering would be grouped one way, and any debt that went through direct financing with one lender, that would be grouped as a separate debt. So the city does have a couple of those, so those are segregated and disclosed in the financials. Some significant estimates that are in your financial statements are the OPEB numbers, the pension figures, investments, and also the useful life of capital assets. Sensitive disclosures in the financial statements, so there are quite a few of them. So some highlights are the footnote 1, cash investments, that provides more information about your investments, your maturities, credit ratings, the investment policy. Long-term debt is a very significant note. And also your pension and OPEB note are quite lengthy and have a lot of information as to what the assumptions were that went into the numbers and the sensitivity disclosure and such. We're happy to report there were no difficulties encountered during the audit. And there were just some reclassifying entries that we proposed, that management has posted all entries. None of them were for the operating fund, of course. No significant risk or exposures that need to be disclosed in the notes. No disagreements with management. We did not identify any material weaknesses that need to be disclosed to you. We obtained a representation letter from management before we issued our report. Representation letter pretty much states that management is responsible for the financial statements. They have provided us with all information that we need to know about before we issue our report. Anything that was provided to us is valid and accurate as far as they're aware. We are not aware of any third-party consultations. Sometimes if we have a disagreement with management may seek a third opinion or independent opinion to get validation of what we're proposing. We're not aware that management has made any such consultations. No other written communications with management other than the engagement letter and representation letter. There were no material uncertainties regarding, that's a going concern paragraph that we need to disclose to you, where we believe that the city will not be in existence within 1 year from our issuance of the report, so that's a good sign. We're not aware of any fraud or illegal acts that we need to disclose to you. Following are just the new accounting standards that are coming your way. So the big one that would impact the city are probably fiduciary activities, since the city does have a lot of agency funds and also has the trust fund with PARs for pension and OPEB. So those may need to be reviewed this year just to make sure that they're following the new accounting pronouncements for fiduciary activities. And in 2021, there's a disclosure that talks about leases. So the lease accounting is changing in 2021. So that that would be something that we'll work with management if we're here to implement. Just a good joke about potholes, since it's being discussed. Where I'm from, we have some potholes that we call bath holes, and people literally take baths in them sometimes. So, but with that, I'd like to just leave my email address and also Ahmed's email address if you want to contact him directly, since he's the partner on the audit. But I'm happy to answer any questions now if needed. Robin can answer as well, I guess.
All right, would anybody, member of the public, care to comment on the presentation? No, well, thank you very much. Clearly a lot of work went into that. Thank you so much.
A lot does go into it.
Yes.
And kind of a lengthy presentation, but that's a summation of all the work, which it's a pretty thick document. So thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Number 16, consideration of the Dollar General Development Project, which includes a couple items here.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Before we get started, does the council desire to accept the CAFR for
Forgive me.
15?
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I move to accept the CAFR and related audit reports for fiscal year ended June 30, 2019.
All right.
Second.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? None. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now we'll go on to number 16. Welcome, Ben. Actually, you know what? Does anybody need a break? It's an hour and a half into this so far. Nope. All right, go for it. No time for yoga.
All right, good evening, Mayor Harris and members of the City Council. So the item before you is in regards to General Plan Amendment 1902, Rezone 1902, and Environmental Assessment 1906. So with that is to consider the request for the General Plan Amendment and Rezone of 1.82 acres located on the east side of Garden Highway north of River Oaks Drive. And familiar with that site is Blackburn Tally to the north. And there we go. Blackburn Tally to the north, the wastewater treatment facility to the east with the stormwater detention pond, and the residential area to the south. So the project was considered by the Planning Commission at its meeting on November 13th, 2019. The Planning Commission approved parcel map 1902, which created 2 lots. Additionally, they approved Development Plan 1901, providing for construction of a new 9,100 square foot Dollar General retail store, and proposed General Plan Amendment and rezoning applications along with adoption of Environmental Assessment 1906. The proposed General Plan Amendment will change the land use designation from office park to community commercial, allowing basically instead of office to go in, to allow that Dollar General store to operate under that use. And then the traffic analysis that was studied also it proposed a auto parts store into the second parcel, which would match the amended zoning. Staff prepared an environmental assessment, including an initial study, mitigate negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring program. So with that, and the general plan land use map, you'll see a change going from the pink on the left, the office park, to community commercial on the red on the right. The Planning Commission concluded that the proposed general plan amendment and rezone will further the goals and policy of the city's general plan with respect to infill projects and economic development. The proposed commercial designation would be consistent with the range of mixed land uses in that area, as discussed briefly of the commercial to the north with the industry, and you have the stormwater to the east, and so it's a good transition there. Here's the attached parcel map that was approved at the Planning Commission. It shows that split. And then we have a site layout to show the site's a little bit interesting, where it has the access is to the north, which it technically comes across a flag lot on the city property. And if you remember, we had an easement that we approved through city council a little while back. We're allowing that in order to facilitate one access on Garden Highway and not cutting into the medians and making multiple accesses. So here's a rendering showing the front of the store facing Garden Highway, as well as what the sides of the store will look like to the north and south. And so as noted previously, staff prepared an environmental assessment for the project with the highlights from the assessment in the biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and traffic. And with that, I'd like to make the recommendation to adopt a resolution approving General Plan Amendment 1902 and Environmental Assessment 1906, including associated mitigate negative declaration, and introduce an ordinance by title only approving rezoning 1902. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No questions.
All right, does anybody from the public care to comment? All right, back to council for a comment and a motion.
I have a question.
Right.
In reviewing the documents provided, and I just, some of the changes was on the rezoning area and the consideration of office space, because that's the current zone, right? We're changing it from office to commercial. Is that
Right.
the request? And so will that impact future opportunities for office spacing? That's my question.
Yeah, there's other office space throughout the city designated in the general plan. And this particular parcel, I know that the Garden Highway improvements came through in the 90s, and we haven't heard of any proposed development until now. And so 20 plus years, and this is really the first application that's come in for that. There is some office to the south, down by, to the south here. I think just a little bit south to the west, there's some existing office. But at this level, there's not a substantial issue with affecting office throughout the city.
Then what about the impact of potential increase in lighting in that area because of the residentials, how it backs up to some residential homes onto that property?
So with this being community commercial against the residential, there's an existing wall there. And there's definitely, through the development plan process, there'll be consideration of the light. When they submit for building plans, they'll have to give us a light study that basically shows what that foot candle is around there to make sure we don't have that bleeding coming across. And so the applicant here with Dollar General is here with their operating hour, with their, they can answer more questions regarding their operations. But where this is at, it's a good transition against residential. It's against a block wall, and it's to the north of the site against an arterial roadway.
Okay, were there any response by the property owners within that 300 feet?
I have not received any responses.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we're here to adopt a resolution if someone would care to move that.
Okay, I move to adopt a resolution approving the General Plan Amendment 1902 and Environmental Assessment EA 1906, including associated mitigated negative declaration, introduce an ordinance by title only approving rezoning 1902.
Thank you. I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Move on. Thank you very much, Ben. And we're back at you with number 17, Bogue Stewart Master Plan, which include the General Plan Amendment, Specific Plan Amendment, which is adopting the master plan, the Public Facilities Finance Plan, pre-annexation zoning, and the Environmental Impact Report.
All right, so you have me for a little bit tonight. So this is a big one here before you tonight. And so just to recognize a few people in attendance, we have Sean Menard, who's the developer's representative with MHM Engineering. Developer, the applicant owner, Mr. Lanza, is in the crowd, and then Paul Stevenson with ESA, and our attorney, CEQA guru, Shannon, with the rest of the staff. So we're here to help answer any questions as we go through this. And so to kick this off, the purpose tonight is really a culmination of years of planning activities to hold a public hearing, then consider certifying the Bogue Stewart Master Plan EIR with accompanying errata sheets, approving the general plan amendment, adding the planned area and land use to the city's general plan, approving the associated specific plan, and introducing an ordinance approving the pre-annexation zoning of the area. So quite a few actions with this tonight. So the Bogue Stewart Master Plan, it's a document that it guides the orderly development of approximately 741 acres in the southeast quadrant of the city. The project proposes to create a new high-quality neighborhood with a full range of land uses in South Yuba City with a complete infrastructure plan. Bogue Stewart Master Plan area, it's bounded on the west by Walton Avenue, on the north by Bogue Road, on the east by the levee, by the Feather River Levee, and then on the south by Stewart Road. The EIR analyzed this project on two different levels. At a project level, for the phasing, for phase 1 is in the blue, Newcomb Ranch, as you see right here. And then phase 2, which is Kells East on the west side of Highway 99. And then the remainder of the project is program level for phase 3 is what we've called the remainder of that area. Newcomb Ranch is approximately 161 acres. Kells East is around 93. So the project objectives with establishing the Bogue Stewart Master Plan and the EIR is to create high-quality neighborhoods, maintain integrity of the surrounding residents, support internal and adjacent agricultural uses, provide street grid for multiple travel modes, incorporate high-quality landscaping and architectural features, coordinate development with infrastructure, support Sutter County LAFCO approval, provide open space and parks, create development above the base flood of 100 years. A little background, October 13th is when this project was initiated. The city county discussed potential southern expansion of the city's sphere of influence to accommodate new development. In 2014, Newcomb Ranch landowners applied for pre-annexation zoning. In March 2014, city began landowner outreach in south area to determine the master plan's boundary. And later in October, based on landowner outreach, the city moved forward with a master plan for an area north of Stewart Road. February 2015, Kells East Ranch owner applied for a tentative subdivision map. January 2016, the city entered into a contract with ESA to draft the Bogue Stewart Master Plan and environmental document, the EIR. In May 2019, the draft Bogue Stewart Master Plan and the draft EIR circulated for public comment. Last month, on November 13, 2019, a public hearing at the Planning Commission considered the project, making a recommendation for approval to the City Council. And that's where we're at tonight. And so before you is a picture of the land use plan that incorporates a mix of land uses. Residential neighborhood makes up about 62%, 464 acres of the area. Commercial and employment is about 15%, 108 acres. And then the public, including roads, parks, in the school area makes up about 23%, 170 acres of the area. Full range of housing types, approximately 1,328 single-family residences, 1,200 multifamily residences, and will accommodate about 6,700 new residences when it's fully built out. Business and employment, there's some square foot numbers related to the commercial development. The neighborhood commercial is approximately 7.2 acres. Community commercial is 36.7 acres. Office park is about another 8.6 acres that we would be adding to our general plan area. The infrastructure through the master plan, with Sean's team, they really dive into how to make this work with city staff as far as getting the sewer, the water, the utilities to the project and making sure that it meets floodplain and drainage requirements to facilitate that construction. Parks, a little breakdown on the park space. 23%, 170 acres, and note that most of that park area, a lot of that park area, we're utilizing detention ponds with some small neighborhood parks, and then also along the Gilsizer Slough area, as you can see in this exhibit. So you got the Gilsizer Slough area where it'd be widened to help with drainage, and then you also have detention ponds on both sides of the highway that will be trellised in order to help facilitate usable space. So interconnected streets. Here's just kind of a, I don't know how well it comes across for you, but kind of a high level overview of the street layout. There's some dashed lines there showing a proposed layout of Newcomb and Kells. As you'll notice on the areas outside of the Newcomb and Kells phases, you won't see those dashed lines because it hasn't come down to the project level yet. And so one of the big things to note with this one is that the Planning Commission, we had a comment that received that asked why this Newcomb Ranch Road didn't continue out to Highway 99 through here. And this was done specifically through the land use plan to make sure that we weren't getting traffic volumes that would need an additional intersection. And so through that analysis and that land use plan and how they developed how many houses and the commercial, that was a priority because we didn't want to trigger another intersection here midstream. The master plan, what this is, I put it in there for reference. It's really a key. So when you look at these roadways, each one of these letters represents a different road section that has to do with the width of the road. They change slightly, so it's easy to say Bogue Road's going to be 4 lanes. Phillips Road's going to be 2 lanes for part of it and then 4 lanes for the rest. But each part of that road, it changes slightly based on if it has a shared path, restricted right-of-way, or something else going on. And so through that master plan document, we've developed these cross sections that we could later on use as development occurs, that we could say, okay, as that development occurs adjacent to that area, you need to have a 12-foot lane, you need to have a 6-foot bike lane, and a shared path 10-foot to help with that. And so that really memorializes how that development will occur with those roads. Here's a high-level view of, just to give that quick reference to the number of lanes. So Bogue Road, you could see, is 4 lanes. You got the green. The green is, so you got green is 2 lanes, purple is 3 lanes, and the blue is 4-lane road. So just kind of a high level, what the carrying capacity of that is for the roads. But each road will be slightly different depending on how the width and how that works in the neighborhood. Okay, so the traffic circulation element of the EIR is always a big part of the study. And so with this EIR, we analyzed these intersections in town with Fear and Pierce, a traffic consultant, and we basically determined the compliance with the city's general plan requirements, including the level of service standards, to determine mitigation measures. So they look at those intersections, and then they develop the model for the city, and then they put in what the growth is, and then we look at that. We look at those intersections to see how they're going to be impacted by the volume of cars, and then to make sure that they meet the city's minimum standards of service. And so when they dip below that level of service, then we require them to put mitigations in where they have to do certain improvements to enhance it. And so with that, at full build out, there's seven intersections that will be mitigated. What is it here? 6 of them will have new signals. The existing signal at 99 and Bogue will be enhanced where it is modified to increase turning movements. And then these other intersections are new, and they're triggered at different levels of development depending on their impact. So depending on how the development comes in and phasing, there'll be money paid into the mitigation funds. There'll be money for each development. A portion of those mitigations are paid, and then at some point it's triggered, and then it's required. And so, just to be clear, so there's new signals at State Route 99 in Stewart, Walton and Bogue, Railroad and Lincoln, Phillips Bogue, Railroad and Bogue, and Gilsizer Ranch and Bogue. And so so on the existing system, you're going to see one at full build out at Bogue and Walton. Your Railroad and Bogue, right now that's a really busy intersection. That's been conditioned that either if this commercial development comes in first, or if 2/3 of the dwelling units get built inside Newcomb Ranch Phase 1, then that signal will be required. And then additionally, if the commercial comes in first, whenever the commercial comes in, they'll be required to build Bogue Road to the full width to Railroad. The timing, as stated earlier, the timing for other mitigation improvements will occur based on the amount of development and background traffic growth. So Bogue Road. So at the Planning Commission, there was a lot of public input and Planning Commission input regarding Bogue Road at the existing homes just west of Railroad. There's development on the south side that has a number of houses in a row there, and the right of way is tight there. And so there was a request to make sure we had sidewalks, bike lanes through that area. And in the originally proposed cross section, we were hesitant to have that sidewalk in there because we didn't want to take additional right of way, and then also the impacts on the road. But when we took a tight look at the right of way, and in order to facilitate that, we can make it work, but we just had to squeeze it in. And so what we've done is, at the end of this recommendation, we've revised that cross section F to basically take it from a 12-foot lane to 10-foot lanes. You make the sidewalks from originally 5 foot, 6 foot to 4 foot. And so we've shrunken everything down to get into that existing right of way to try to help meet all the goals. And basically to still have that sidewalk path on the south side, not take right of way, so we're not getting into to issues with eminent domain or just high costs with trying to buy people out, while also trying to satisfy that need for mobility. So here is a slide with the bike and pedestrian connectivity. It might be a little bit hard to see, but I just want to point out the green urban buffer, the ag buffer urban area setback. And so those areas that are adjacent to agriculture, we've set out a road cross section that's approximately 160 feet, so it provides that additional ag buffer. And then also in here, we've looked at the trail where we have a shared path to make some connectivity where you have this biking shared path trail to go through the subdivision. Additionally, there's development standards. With this new area being brought into the city general plan, through the master plan, it establishes standards to substitute for zoning, design guidelines for all types of uses, intended to ensure high quality community. They'll be attractive. The finances. So it's expensive. So the backbone infrastructure, when you see this number, this is just for Bogue Stewart master plan. So this is $79 million. This is just for those roads that you saw for the backbone infrastructure, not the internal roads for the Bogue Stewart master plan. That backbone infrastructure includes roads, storm drainage, utilities, water, sewer, dry utilities, and then the parks. So with each phase, you got approximately $26 million for phase 1 and $17 million in phase 2. The remainder, phase 3, would be $36 million. And logistically, they would have to go in this phase just in order to facilitate the, we're not anticipating them to jump out of phase due to the way the sewer has to be built from the east to the west. Project includes requirements to pay applicable impact fees, Bogue Stewart master plan fees, drainage fees associated with Gilsizer or city drainage, lighting landscape maintenance districts, and establishing a CFD for residential multifamily units. The finance plan basically for this project basically summarizes that it's a high cost burden for construction infrastructure for these homes at the estimated sale price, approximately $427,000 for low density units, $350,000 for the medium density, and a $228,000 estimated sale price for the medium density. So with this high infrastructure cost, there's anticipated that it's going to be hard to get through this. And so we just, as City Council, you've recently been through the the workshop on Harder's specific plan, and then also from the impact fee study. And so when we look at updating our impact fees and also doing our traffic analysis, and we update our different master plan documents for the water, for the utilities, water and sewer, and then the traffic, we're going to take into consideration this Bogue Sewer master plan with and without to see how that comes into play. So we're looking into that. So environmental impact report, as mentioned briefly before, it was at 2 levels. The program Bogue Sewer master plan for the general, so the program level for the Bogue Stewart master plan, the general plan amendment and the rezone, and then at the project level for Newcomb Ranch and Kelsey East Ranch subdivisions and development agreements. The EIR, due to the inability to mitigate potential significant impacts, the city must make a statement of overriding considerations in order to approve the project. Potential significant impacts include agriculture, air quality, biology, cultural resources, and transportation. The overriding considerations are that there are economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits associated with the project that outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental impacts with the project. Future steps. After consideration tonight, the tax exchange agreement between the city and the county must be approved by City Council and the Board of Supervisors prior to Sutter LAFCO consideration. Negotiations are currently ongoing. Following City Council's decision on the Bogue Sewer master plan, if approved, Sutter LAFCO will consider a sphere of influence amendment for the entire plan area and a separate annexation request for Newcomb Ranch. And so currently staff is gearing up with the developer on that cost share on how we're going to submit to LAFCO for the sphere amendment, and then to run it together with the annexation for phase 1. So with that, we have the recommendations tonight. Adopt the findings required by CEQA guidelines section 15091. Certify the environmental impact report for the master plan, general plan amendment 1405, and rezoning 1404, as well as the Newcomb Ranch subdivisions, the Kells East subdivisions, and development agreements within the planning area. Adopt the proposed mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Adopt a statement of overriding considerations pursuant to CEQA. Adopt the Bogue Sewer master plan and the accompanying general plan amendment and pre-annexation zoning for the approximately 741 acres. And then I'd like to add to update the EIR final errata to include the updated road section F for Bogue Road and include Mr. Teague's comments and the city's response into the final errata. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, we have, this is a public hearing situation, so I'm just going to jump right into that and bang this. All right, so the public hearing of the Bogue Stewart Master Plan, which includes the general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, public facilities finance plan, pre-annexation zoning, and environmental impact report is now open. If there are any members of the public who would like to address the council on the issue, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. I do have 2 speaker cards. May I ask or invite up to the podium? I believe it's Mr. Ricky, followed by John Teague, and then, of course, whomever else may decide to speak. Please feel free. You, Mr. Ricky? Yes, sir. Okay, come on up. Thank you for coming.
Excuse me. My name's Will Ricky, and I happen to live in the Key Lock area, which is the county, which was up in debate earlier, and it is on Bogue Road there. And my question is that the increase in traffic on the Bogue Road, which is going to immensely increase. I live on Jeffrey, which is right off of Bogue Road. It comes down and it turns. Jeffrey's a road that goes, it takes 5 turns and it still stays the same road. I'm wondering about the increase in traffic and you're shrinking the sidewalk, and I usually walk around the area, and I do walk Bogue Road, and there are parts there where there are no sidewalks, and it's nip and tuck at times, and the traffic increase is already immense, as was stated earlier, that at the rush hour times early in the morning or late in the afternoon, it is almost it's very difficult to get on Jeffrey onto Bogue as it is presently. And with that increase in traffic and everything, it's probably going to have to make it even more difficult. And I do understand that they're putting a light at Railroad and a light at Phillips. But right now, Jeffrey is used as a shortcut between Bogue Road down to Lincoln School down there. Or excuse me, Lindcrest School. So a lot of cars come down and do that shortcut, and then they drive in there. So the increase in traffic is the only thing that I care about. I understand seeing all the problems that the city has with financing and things like this. Development is what we need to make things better. So I just want to address that one point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And Mr. Teague. Just repeat, if anybody else would like to speak, please feel free to queue up behind Mr. Teague.
John Teague, 999 Stewart Road. I actually had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Moody this afternoon, and he answered a lot of my questions, but I do have some further questions. I submitted 2 documents to the council tonight. I'm hoping you had an opportunity to see them. I'm going to explain what those documents are. The first document included 2 letters that I had submitted in response to the EIR for the Bogue Stewart Master Plan. Unfortunately, those 2 letters didn't get included in the EIR, and so and that first document also includes a response from the city at some point later. It's just this last month to my 2 letters. So that's what that first document is. So the second document is actually further questions that I had in response to the city's response back to me in November, last November. So my first thing is I want to make sure that my comments are included in my 2 letters in the environmental impact report. I'm asking the city to be sure that those are included in the final EIR, and I think Mr. Moody has also made a movement to request that also. My second concern, this has been an ongoing concern of mine, is drainage on my property. My property drains basically from east to west. I've had a meeting with both Sean Menard and Mr. Moody about this, and my big issue is that historically I've been able to drain to the west, and I'm concerned that I want to be able to keep that drainage, and any impact that the development would do, I want to make sure that I can still drain my property adequately, and so I don't have flooding. So I want some assurance that the council agrees and that these things are going to be taken care of and put into some type of a agreement or condition on this development. So that's a question. Second item is city sewer. You know, the pro for me for this development is city water, city sewer. I'm hoping that there'll be an opportunity to connect to city sewer and also city water. So I'm asking that there be some, I guess some means for me to do that. And also I have a lot of questions about the cost, what have you. But the big issue for me is, will there be a means to have a connection to city water and city sewer? The road, fourth item was the road improvements. There's a lot of questions about road improvements. If I'm going to be charged any of the road improvements in front of my property, I think that still is kind of a, I understand right now that without me annexing into the city, that the road improvements really won't happen. But in the future, I would like to know, will any of those costs be put to me? Do I have any more time?
Technically, no. Do you have just one more question?
Okay.
How many
Last
more do you
question
have?
was
Yeah, one
the,
more. Okay.
I have several more questions on here. You have them. I would appreciate responses back to them. Most of them have to do, they're minor items back from that, though. Single-story housing, I believe, has already been resolved. My property is a single-story house, and I was told that single-story housing is a condition next to my adjacent property for the development. I would like to make sure that is the case, and I'm asking if that is the case. So the rest of the items I would like answers to, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. T. We appreciate your input as well and your questions. I do believe we are prepared and planning on answering each and every one of them. Yes. All right. Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Sharon Smith, and I also live on Stewart Road. I live at 1010 Stewart Road. And I'm just quickly want to say, and go on record and say, I'm not happy about all the growth that's happening, because when I moved out there for the environment that was there. I understand that growth happens. I just want to state that my concern is the traffic. Nothing's been said about Riverbend School, which is at the end of Stewart Road at this time. Right now, from the sounds of it, I don't hear anything about more traffic lights on Stewart, and we have a horrendous problem in the morning when school starts and in the evening when school gets out. And so it sounds to me like a lot of traffic will be routed around and people will find Stewart Road and be going down Stewart Road. If it's going to be 4-lane, it's going to be worse than it is now. And now, as it was stated before, it is a very funny kind of road. It gets wide and then it's skinny. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have street lights at this point. And so it is a very dangerous road right now. And so with all this development that's coming, I worry about what's going to happen when you add in the fact that we have a school at the end of that road and there's not going to be any traffic lights on that road. I'm a little concerned about that. That's all I wanted to say about what I'm concerned about.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else care to say anything? Yes, sir. I mean, ma'am, come on up.
My name is Joanne Murdoch, and I live at 998 Bogue Road. I'm one of those 7 houses that are on the south side of Bogue Road in Area F. In fact, my house is the one next to the orchards that are going to be taken out. And I'm concerned about, well, the first thing I'm concerned about is how am I going to back my car out onto Bogue Road when it's 3 or 4 lanes and traffic rushing by it. It's bad enough now, but it's going to be even worse. The other thing I'm worried about is my side yard, which now is nicely next to an orchard, but it's going to be next to a subdivision. And am I going to have to pay for taking out my fencing and redoing the side of that yard? Am I going to be charged for all of that reconstruction of my side yard? Plus, I have an enormous 40-foot tall walnut tree at the back of that back corner of that yard. Am I going to be charged to take out that tree because they're going to be building houses back there? I'm really concerned about what's going to happen to my lot because I'm right at that rear corner where everything's happening. And the last thing I'm concerned about is my 2 very obese raccoons that come. I mean, there's a lot of wildlife in that orchard, and where are they going to go? I've got skunks and opossums and raccoons, and I guess maybe that's the biology part of the environment. But you know, it seems like the lady before me, we moved there because it was country. Now it's all going away. That's very sad, don't you think? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ben, is the question about the tree and the fence, or is that something you're able or comfortable with answering right now, so she doesn't have to be?
Yeah, definitely. So when development happens, the developer would be responsible to handle any sort of work involving to put in those improvements. So if there's a new fence, there'll have to be coordination when you get on the property line where they'll reach out. Typically, they reach out to the property owner, especially with the grades. A lot of times, if the grades don't quite match up where old standards, sometimes those houses were built below the road versus the new standard where we have them elevated to a certain part, they'll go through there and actually build a concrete or a masonry foundation and then put the new fence up. But there's no requirement by the city or expectation by the developer that the property owner would have to pay. And so, but typically there's coordination with those boundary lines that we could do it so you don't have to hold back a foot and put it in a new one, but there's definitely coordination around that. I could answer the other questions or however you want to do it.
If you're comfortable, go for it. It'd be nice to get them answered for folks.
So I guess starting off with the Bogue Road improvements, definitely through the city's current general plan and build out of the city, Bogue Road is slated to be a major arterial holding, carrying 20,000 cars a day. And so that's going to get busier and busier with the existing development, as the city's general plan builds out. That road is slated with this, it's actually an opportunity to improve the roadway because when development comes on the south side, you're actually going to have the funding and the resources to build that wider road. And with that roadway, they'll build 2 lanes going eastbound, a center turn lane, and then 1 northbound, westbound lane. And so you'll have signals at Phillips and Railroad that provide a break. They'll have a break, and then you'll have that center turn lane for the residences to basically be able to stop and turn in. And so also with some of the concerns about how you'd back out, we've definitely thought about that. The concerns on how do you implement new into existing situations. I don't know if I have a picture here of Bogue Road. But with that new development, as you back out, sometimes we work out with their driveway to make sure it's wide enough so they could park. But you're going to have that area, 4-foot sidewalk, 2-foot curb and gutter, and then a 4-foot bike lane. So you're going to have that 10-foot distance from the travel lane. So there's going to be some area. It's not going to be right at the tip of their driveway. Going to Mr. Teague, guess I had the chance to meet with Mr. Teague, and unfortunately it was a little later than we would have desired, but we got together today to help explain through those processes, and it's complicated, and we recognize what he wants, and with that drainage, that's really, the drainage in water and sewer typically come at a staff level. When the improvement plans come in for that phase that would be adjacent to his house, that's when the staff looks to make sure there's not, we don't want to create a problem with the improvement plan. So that's really with the plan check. The big thing is, hey, we don't want to make a lake or put some sort of dam up to cause a problem that we're going to have to deal with. And so the storm drainage is actually relatively simple in that area because, I don't know, Mr. Teague is down in this area, and it would be abutting this lower phase, this phase 8, which is a ways off as this development starts up on the north end and works its way down. So the drainage with those road improvements will be storm drained directly adjacent to them. And so typically we stick out a field DI so it collects that water. The water and sewer, it definitely, we know most people want water and sewer, so when we analyze that, we try to push it as far as we can because sooner or later, there's a request to extend it. Right now, through the city's current policy, if it's adopted into the sphere, so if this moves forward to LAFCO and LAFCO approves the sphere modification, then the current policies that the city has with council recently approving extraterritorial agreements. So if he goes into the sphere but stays into the county, he could, through that extraterritorial agreement process, he could possibly tie on to utilities, or if he comes in through an annexation, then he would have that opportunity. Now the cost with those, it's really hard to say the cost because it really depends on the phasing of the project. If the sphere of expansion goes through in the next few months, technically he could hook up there then after It just, you'd have to have a few $1,000,000 to run the line down there. And so it really comes down to timing, reimbursement credits, and then when that time comes for those improvements, that we stub them as close as possible so we could pick up those residences that were developed in the county with different standards at those times. So for that question, long story is, yes, the city has processes in place that if it comes in the sphere, he can hook to water and sewer. There will be a cost to that, but he can. Let's see if I try to take notes, so please remind me if I forgot any. Stewart Road, absolutely, we've got a lot of feedback from Stewart Road in the schools. And again, we look at that really, that this is in the county and it's a problem right now, and there's no resolution to it, where with the development, there actually is a resolution, because now we actually have a design for the roadway. We have impact fees being collected, and as development occurs to the west, they'll have to provide their frontage, and then also there'll be impact fees collected with the development of those houses to go towards that. And so we do recognize that it's a narrow road right now, that's basically slated to be, the way that the road's planned to be developed in the master plan is a 2-lane road with a middle turn lane. So it's almost like Stabler without parking. So you'll see 1 lane in each direction with that center turn lane. And at the traffic volume, most of the traffic out of these neighborhoods goes to 99. And so the traffic flows to 99 or flows north to Bogue. About 25% of it flows off to Railroad and Garden Highway, but a majority of it comes off 99, goes into the neighborhood, comes back and goes in. But yes, there'll be that morning traffic for school. And so really the timing on when that school gets built and then when the new school gets built, you're gonna have an impact, but it's gonna be a while, because phase 8 is gonna be a while before we punch this road all the way down to Stewart Road. But at that point, there will be morning traffic going to school, but at the same time, we will also have money from impact fees that could be used where this road now is widened through here, and there's opportunities to make it a little safer. So I'm not sure if I missed any, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Through the mayor, if I may address Mrs. Baroque's questions about the raccoons and wildlife. I believe she did have a question regarding that. This particular project has prepared an environmental impact report, or an EIR. That's the highest level of assessment and analysis that can be done for a project. As part of the EIR, it included an analysis of biological resources that would be potentially impacted by this project. They did look at raccoons and other wildlife as part of this process. Currently, there are mitigation measures in place to protect what they call special status plants and wildlife. As much as I like raccoons, it turns out they are not a special status wildlife and have shown an amazing ability to adapt to urban life in some ways. There are mitigation measures in place designed to reduce those impacts, and so the EIR did assess them. I'm available for any questions.
So that would include very obese raccoons as well.
Well fed.
All right. I'm sure well fed.
Well fed.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Ma'am, did you have, go, feel free. Come on down. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Patty Leland. I live on El Valles Circle in the BSMP area, right off of Railroad. I did have a chance to talk briefly with the council some months ago. There are multiple concerns, certainly, with this development, and certainly, as I stated to the council back then, how this came about and how it has been pushed forward in many undue influence ways. Ultimately, the consequences of the impact of 6,700 residential units being implemented in an area with limited, even with the studies, many 2-lane roads, single direction, perhaps a central lane in some, and in the future up to 2 lanes. There's been a lot of buzz for several years about the potential of Costco coming in on that corner of 99 and Bogue. And for all of you, I've been a Costco member since 1988 from Southern California, and certainly the volume of vehicles surrounding an operation like that or some other commercial business, if it is not a Costco, in addition to the 6,700 residential units on top of the existing Shanghai Bend development just down the road on main feeder roads through Bogue, is ultimately going to fall on the residents in that area. Does anyone on the council live in that area? So my concern is not in my backyard. So you would not be dealing with the consequences of the significance of traffic in that area, nor the impacts on Highway 99 from going from a 65 mile an hour zone and having a backup both north and south attempting to turn into a Costco and or 6,700 resident area. The concern of rear-ending accidents, the added traffic on Berry Road for the school, elementary school that's there, and also for Riverbend. There was a LAFCO letter or email in September of 2019 discussing the concerns preserving of the agricultural land and the lack of justification of a true need to wipe away significant enough to disregard existing land use policies for sphere of influence changes, and those are also concerning.
Ma'am, you are out of time, but I think the gist is the concern over traffic, all in many different ways.
Well, and really the unethical process in this case that was fueled by local developers and political aspirations, resulting in this project speeding towards irreparable damage to our residents and our city in the long term, over the excitement of something shining and new.
All right. Thank you very much. Would anybody else from the public care to say anything? Tom, come on up.
My name's Thomas Burns, and I have my office over in that area. So I'm in support because I like to see growth. But I have one question, or actually two questions. I heard him say phase 1, 2, and 3. Is that all in the same property? Or does it go out past this property like phase 3? And then, or this boundary, No?
Everything is within the BMSP.
Okay. Is it 3 phases or is it more than 3 phases?
3.
Oh, just 3? Okay. And then...
although the third one is going to be kind of an incremental one. The first 2 are specific.
Okay. I was concerned too about the multifamily. Is that 3-story, 2-story, 4-story? I'm curious about that kind of thing.
Good question. Thanks, Tom.
So picture goes a long ways here. I think in the land use plan right in the beginning. So the multifamily is the little darker yellow, or the low medium. Where am I? The orange. The orange. Here we go. So the multifamily, and gosh, you figure out how to work this thing. There we go. So really, this is a high level. We're adopting a general plan with a land use. And so within that land use, it would follow under the city's zoning regulations or specific standards that were established in here. And so as long as those densities are within that general plan use, they could be those multiple stories. And so as far as if it came in 2 or 3 story or even 4 story, we would consider that. And then as long as it matched up with the general plan and our zoning regulation regarding the densities and any height requirements, we would look at that, and it would be an applicant, or you would have to work through a variance process. The question beforehand, I just wanted to touch on it a little. Tom, what was the first question?
How many phases?
Oh, the phases. So, so I'll get into this a little bit with the next items, talking specifically about Newcomb and Kells. Where's the phase map? It's here somewhere. I don't know if there's a way to fast forward. There we go. Phase 1, Phase 2. So there's multiple parcels within the phase, but they've joined together with the application. And with the way that tentative map was set up, is that it's originally going to be divided into large parcels. And so I have an exhibit on the next presentation where it basically cuts those into large parcels that will still farm and have no development rights. But then as they sell off those individual phases to developers, then they'll be developed out. So even though we call it phase 1, there's going to be multiple incremental phases as part of each one. And so really when we say the phasing at this point with this discussion is with the EIR, talking about how we analyze for the financial plan and the infrastructure, how we looked at the project level versus the program level. But each one of these phases will have multiple incremental phases within them. To add to the ag, definitely that is a consideration that we didn't take lightly, and we looked at it from the city and with consideration from LAFCO. And the city's stances on that is that, and with the county, with discussions, is that when you look at the county's general plan, that area has already been identified in their general plan to be zoned for development. And so in their development is a state residential, where it's a larger parcel size. And so through their general plan, they could come in and develop on the south side of Bogue Road today, and they would have to make a bigger lot because they don't have utilities. And so through this, our argument is really that when it comes into the city through a master plan development, we're really ultimately saving ag area in Sutter County because we're providing better land use and providing those ag buffers around that so we don't run into those problems. So just to add a little bit to that. And to clarify, it's 6,700 residents, a population with about a 2,500 dwelling units. Just to clarify, it's about 2,500 dwelling units total in the entire project.
Thank you, Ben.
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I'll answer the final question.
Sure,
With regards
go ahead.
to the process. There was some concerns that this might have been an unethical process. I can't speak to the ethics of it. However, I will say that the state legislature and the city council have set up a process under law and statute, and the process that was followed for this matter, including the public notices, the Brown Act, and everything else that's been sent out, has been followed.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Menard. I'm with MHM Engineering, and I represent two of the clients own Newcomb Ranch, and also the other client owns the Kells East. And we've worked on this project for quite some time. I was just thinking about it. In 2013, we started working on it. My son was just entering high school. He was shorter than me, and he couldn't drive. Now he can drive, and he's taller than me, and he can drink. So it hasn't been forced through. It's been a long process. We've done a lot of studies, and I've worked with city staff on the sewer, water, drainage, not only on our clients' projects or properties, but the whole entire area. Because we know in order to develop an area, you can't just look at your small area, you have to look at the whole. And so we laid out the roadways, the circulation, and tried to address all the concerns that would come up in a meeting like this. So, and we support the process the city's gone through, and we look forward to talking about the next items is the Newcomb Ranch project and the Kells. But if you have any questions on the technical side, I did work with the city staff on that. And again, thanks for your time and look forward to moving this project forward.
Thank you, Sean. Anybody else from the public care to say anything? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring the matter back to council.
Through the mayor.
Sir.
Mr. Moody and maybe Mr. Menard as well. One thing I think that might be of note that came up in my research of this was this area was previously in the city's sphere of influence. Can we confirm that?
That's correct. In the, I'm not sure if west of 99 was, but definitely the east side of 99 to Stewart Road in the 90s, it was in the sphere as to why we have some of that development to the lower east side.
Okay. Here's just, I'm going to bounce a little bit because some of my stuff has been answered, and I'm hoping I'm not getting too far into the next presentation as well. I share the concern about the access to the school area. Historically, this city, and I'm speaking primarily from experience as a previous first responder, we have not done a very good job of making sure that access in front of schools is safe. And I think that I'm encouraged to hear that you guys are looking at that, because clearly at River Bend School, if that area is increased in traffic, it does pose a risk. So I mean, that's a concern, I think, going forward. General roadway design at the development impact fee meeting and through discussions with builders and developers, it seems to me that this city has design requirements somewhat aesthetically sometimes that get in the way of the development. Landscape strips would be a primary concern here, and it's encouraging to see where you're addressing the property needs, that you're taking that into consideration and not forcing necessarily landscape strips. I'm not suggesting we turn anything into an asphalt jungle, but at the same time, I think that we need to be reasonable when we talk about how roadways are constructed or designed within our city. I mentioned this when we took a first bite at this apple, is that the joint use of school land for open space concerns me, because again, historically, the city has entered into those agreements with the school only to find that for security reasons, valid reasons, the schools lock the gates and that does not become open to the public. And so when we talk about, hey, we're going to consider school land as open space for the public, I don't know that that's factual, and that concerns me. I'm not a fan of roundabouts, so I'll go up and say that right now. I'm sure I'll probably get trumped on that, but not President Trump, but Trump. I know an issue that's going to come up is going to be the along, especially I believe it's the north boundaries, undergrounding utilities. Again, that was something that was brought up in our recent development impact fee meeting, and the cost to do that and the amount of that. Again, I'm not suggesting that utilities shouldn't be underground. It's my understanding that all the new stuff will be underground, but forcing some of the other stuff to be underground is going to place a burden on the developer. I think we have to be very conscious of that, and where it's reasonable, we may have to make some adjustments there. There was a mention of the Bogue Stewart Master Plan fee. Can you talk a little bit about what that means and maybe help me understand a little bit more about where you're going to, or how that's going to be developed? I also noticed in the report there was reference from the former Community Development Director, Arnaldo Rodriguez, that there was going to be some fees established. Maybe now is not the time and the place, but it concerns me here. What are those fees as we start to embrace the conversation about impact fees?
Yeah, definitely I could get into a broad level for sure. So to start off with the fees, the Bogue Stewart Master Plan fee, at this time, those roadways, Stewart Road, the south side of Bogue, well, I shouldn't say Bogue Road, but a portion of Bogue Road, and some of those arterials that are in there or signals, those mitigations that would potentially be an impact fee program, they're not in the existing city impact fee program. So when a house gets built in the existing general plan area, they pay that traffic fee that goes for improvements in that area. And so when the Bogue Stewart Master Plan comes in and there's those infrastructure costs to build the road, that fee, this Bogue Stewart Master Plan fee that will have to be developed when they come through with the first phase of development, it's going to pay for things like that backbone of Phillips Road, where it's not necessarily the full burden of the first parcel that develop when those future parcels, I don't know if I can do this, explain. So Phillips Road would be a backbone road. If phase one comes in and they build entire Phillips Road to facilitate traffic movement, there's going to be a fee credit there. And so a Bogue Stewart master plan fee is going to have to be developed to basically reimburse the developer right now for the entitlement process. So to pay for this study and the process they go through, it's going to pay for those oversizing of the utilities. So when they put in this this line, they're not for phase one. This developer is basically going to oversize this to handle the full development, and so there'll be reimbursement of credits and credits established for that reimbursement fee. But it gets a little more complicated where, as the city's updating our master plans for water, sewer, and traffic, there's definitely an urge to, so there's not a double fee, because there is the point, hey, they're paying the Bogue Stewart master plan fee, plus they're paying for impact fees that address areas to the north in the existing city. So we're going to analyze that through the traffic model update with the project and without to determine what that area fee would be. You know, if it just falls into the city's impact fee and it's potential that it might go down, it might stay neutral or go up. But if you add more people with less infrastructure, the price theoretically could go down. But so water, sewer, and really when we get into the analysis of it, we have to figure that out. And so that's like the high level on the fee. But I wanted to throw it in there that it's definitely recognized in the conditions of approval for the tentative map that with that first development, somebody's got to we got to sit down and get serious about that, developing that and figuring out the financing on it, because it includes reimbursement to the city for developing the plan, to the original applicants, and then also how we handle that the oversizing.
Following up on that, thank you for that explanation. Will this development subsequently be placed into a CFD, or will it be the current citywide CFD?
So the current condition of approval is that it enters into the existing CFD for residential units, so multifamily and single family.
Okay. There's reference in the plan to the growth policies. I guess, and maybe Shannon maybe have to weigh in on this, is that I think there was some discussion to be had in regards to some of the growth policies are redundant and they're contained in other plan documents. I just want to make sure we don't get into a conflict if we have a reference to a growth policy that we subsequently either change or abandon because they exist in other places.
Yeah, definitely. And this kind of ties into some of your earlier comments. So for this developer, they weren't lucky enough to see the city change some of those growth policies. So they've basically, at this point, have gone through those 12 growth policies, setting up the DA, establishing the master plan, the specific plan, putting that finance plan together. And so they've really gone through all of those 12 growth policies to this point. Future reference to design changes, undergrounding policy. So with input from council in some of the previous workshops, we said we were going to come back to city council for consideration workshops. And so I'm anticipating late January, early February, that we would come back and have a discussion on undergrounding. Based on, to give you a little more background on historically what we've done and then how that balances out with priorities, and also decreasing visual blight, but at the same time, having that balance of what the responsibility is and just making stuff infeasible. And so we'll have a little bit more discussion on that later, but the way the condition of approval for the undergrounding was written for this, that it would tie into whatever the current policy is for the city. So if we update it in 2 months from now, 6 months or a year from now, depending on what level of development they're at, it would tie into that policy.
Okay.
And then the same with the streets. If we narrow the Parkway strip, we change it to rolled curb, or we look into some of those options when we come back and fine tune it. This definitely gives us a standard, but there's nothing to say that we can't change it.
Okay. Again, when it comes to development, being as consistent, and so it's not a moving target for the developer, is very important to this council person anyway, in regards to undergrounding and the roadways and other things that are going on. Almost done. The last three are more LAFCO issues. As I sit on LAFCO and anticipate this coming forward to LAFCO, obviously you've mentioned it. I know that there's a concern by the executive director of LAFCO about ag mitigation. I just want to make sure that if this is approved and it moves forward, that we as a city are prepared to produce the required documents that are going to satisfy or at least give opportunity for LAFCO to take a good look at that ag mitigation, because it sounds to me like, based upon the presentation anyway, we're saying we can't do anything with the ag.
Well, we want to be careful with that and how we consider it. And so with the ag, we definitely recognize Mr. Benoit's opinion and some state criteria. But then also we appreciate, we want to give Mr. Benoit, work with him, and then also have that study session with LAFCO so they understand what's required by state law and what's recommended. And then also how that affects our community, where each community might be different, where in Sacramento, where they're continuing to fully build and you have to have a green belt, where maybe in Sutter County, due to our floodplain, we really have an established green belt in effect because you can't build south of Stewart Road or out to the west because of the flood issues. And so we want to look at that we're not just arbitrarily sticking some sort of ag mitigation on, because when you build a house, you build the ag is gone. And so there's to throw mitigations or some sort of arbitrary condition that may be applicable for a different town isn't necessarily applicable for our town. And so we want to have that workshop with LAFCO, work with them to make sure we're on the same page with everybody to consider that, to look at all the options about our higher density use, the floodplain on how that restricts development in our area. And then definitely it's important that this document is utilized with LAFCO so they could use this EIR to move forward. The developer definitely recognizes that, and through that application process with LAFCO, we're going to have to work with them to either do further analysis or work through that so everybody's on the same page.
That's good. Like I said, I think that is going to be a concern, and my comments are more directed to let's be ready for that concern. Two more. Mr. Rickey, I think, raised the issue of the keyhole area. I know several folks have raised the issue, well, you guys are doing leapfrog development. Perhaps Mr. Menard or yourself can talk about how we're not going to be doing leapfrog development with this particular plan.
So a little history on that keyhole area for the group. Most of the local residents know that the city now has tried to annex that area twice. And it's been a resounding no that's come across from those residences. With this phase one of that application, it would be south of the existing development on that lower part of this. I mean, you got houses right through here, and we're really adding right onto the infrastructure that we go. And so there is consideration that as they move west and the annexations, that as we move farther west, how are we gonna, there'll have to be a decision made some point in the future on how we're gonna handle that. Are we gonna try to annex again? Are we gonna consider an island and move forward? Or a decision at that time will have to be made. But right now, we don't consider it leapfrog development. It's directly adjacent to our infrastructure, and it's been zoned in the general plan for the county for development, for an area for future growth, and so we think we're consistent with that.
Thank you for the clarification. Last one is on the municipal services review. Is that part of the action we'll be taking with this one, or is this?
It's later on. It's item 20.
I'll wait then. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. You really covered a lot of the questions. I think in looking at the agendas, they're so connected between item 17 to item 20.
You got me for all of them here.
So I was trying to stay within each particular agenda item. I think the concerns in looking at the actual master plan, And when we did the workshop in August, there was one particular question that I referenced back then, and I want to read that one, or a statement, it's not a question, that in the master plan, the Stewart master plan, it's included. And it says, ensure that appropriate funding mechanisms are established to fully fund planned improvements and services over the long term without creating negative fiscal impact to the city general fund. And considering that we just had the audit and the fiscal report before those two, and listening to some of the Vice Mayor Boomgarden on his questions to the connections and the infrastructure underground utilities and how we're going to include those, what's the commitment for the city to this development in starting phase one? Is there a financial part of the city commitment to begin this? Is money going to come out of our pocket first? Let me be clear.
So that reference, the initial reference, that's pretty much straight out of our 12 growth policies that basically was established in the early 2000s, where it's pay as you go. Basically, the thought was the city's not going to supplement development. The developer is going to need to pay for his fair share. And so, so with that, it gets a little technical on is anything going to come out of the city pocket? So the city partnered in this Bogue Stewart master plan for that remainder area to advance the sphere. So we've paid in it is a minor portion, like 12%, right? I don't know the exact portion of the EIR document, right. And then you also have a larger percent for the sphere document. So there's a small percentage for that in the scheme of things, and then you also have the city's fair share cost of those road improvements. So Bogue Road would be a shared road that's on our impact fee. And so when Bogue Road goes to develop, we're going to have to look at reimbursement credits to the developer as the development happens, or fronting money. And that will be worked out at a later time.
And that's where you were talking about earlier that's not clearly set up yet. There's
correct.
Still...
And that comes into play when that development, that specific parcel one, phase one, that incremental parcel comes in. We'll have to work for the specific logistics on how to build it and facilitate it.
So then my next question, as we have low density and medium density areas in the first phase of the development, and looking at the master plan on 3-14, we talked about in here that we would require a density of 20 units per acre or greater to allow for affordable residential housing. So I didn't hear any of that, because I've had many constituents come up to me excited about the Bogue Stewart plan, and then at the same time asking, will I be able to afford a home? And so in that question, just, that statement in here stood out to me on that. So I just would like to have more information on that.
So in the land use plan, we definitely identified areas for that high density and that medium density. Again, it comes down to just a math equation on when it pencils out. And so, unfortunately, what I hear is that it costs almost as much to build the small home, because you have the kitchen, the bathroom, the windows, as it does the large home. And so that's where it's been a struggle for the city to get more of those apartments, high density, to come through, just because it's a pure math equation on what makes profit and how that plays out. But there is definitely a high density component, right, zoned right here off of Bogue Road, adjacent to the utilities. I believe that parcel owner is he a member of? He's part of the original application. And so, but as far as the timing on when that will come through, it's uncertain.
Okay. And I just want to add that I'm not a fan of roundabouts as well. So just to know that. That's my 2 cents on that too. Then I didn't know the sequence with the process of reviewing this, but you clarified this, that whatever comes out of this then goes to LAFCO. And I wanted to know within, Can you answer that question about LAFCO? The last part of it is the school system, the traffic, but also the impact of potentially into the schools. What's the plans about developing a new school? Is that, again, as we go to phase 1, phase 2, then something triggers a new school? Is there communication with the district on this? I would just like more information about that.
Sean might be able to add a little bit more information onto this, but there's definitely been communication and correspondence with the Yuba City Unified School District. They designated this area for a future school site, and so the way that works is that they have the first right of refusal, I guess, as far as when they. I'll let Sean ask is how the development works a little bit with the subdivision, but that will be reserved for the school. And should the school turn it down, then it could turn into something different.
So that would be part of what you were asking about, the public area or the grounds area.
Well, and so that's.
I'm just, that relates to that.
So in the parks, we have parks in green, the neighborhood parks, the community parks. And then we have the light green as open space. And so in this formula for parks, we're over parked for this plan per our general plan. So per our general plan, it requires a certain amount of acreage for so many homes. And so in this plan, we're actually over that limit by quite a bit, substantially, due to the detention basins needed to handle the storm drainage. And then also for the soil to use that to elevate the pads for the residential. So I don't know, Sean, I got a slide here with so many acres, but it was definitely substantially proportional that was overparked. And so the school site isn't needed into that calculation to meet the requirement for the minimum park space.
There was, I think in item 20, there was discussion in that and the LAFCO and some that the existing schools based on phase 1 would be appropriate for the development. So I just had questions about that. And so I would like more clarification. And if you don't have the answer, I can respect that. My other question is on the EIR, the 3 phases are clearly covered in this very healthy book. And I would like more clarity about phase 3. There is really no plan for phase 3. And how long will this EIR cover for that phase 3 with no development plans?
So I'm going to lean to the attorney, but we're going to adopt a general plan which designates that land use that will stay in effect until we change the land use designation. Okay. But as far as a project coming forward, there would have to be further analysis on the project level, but Shannon could add to that.
Yes, Mr. Moody's exactly right. So phase 1 and 2 are done at a project level, which is a very deep analysis of your EIR. However, we don't have the exact details for phase 3. We don't know exactly what's going in there and exactly in what order that's going to be done. So as a result, the EIR actually provides for flexibility to generally assess the cumulative impacts, the maximum amount of traffic, water, infrastructure, and other things that may be coming in, with the understanding that as development comes into phase 3, that you will go down to the specific thing being developed at that site and analyze it at that time based on the existing conditions at that time. So if that's 15 or 20 years in the future, they may be able to springboard off of this document to speed up the process that you have in front of you, yet still address the specific site conditions at that time.
And so that's why we have the additional site-specific plans, an example, harder site-specific plans, and we had a large EIR, but I just had a question and you answered it, and I'm good with that. So thank you.
Through the mayor. Ben, I want to thank you and your staff and also the developers. It's been a long time, a long, long time. We're moving forward. There's a few little T's to cross and I's to dot, but I think this is a great thing for our community. here in the next few months or in a real close future, we'll take care of all the small things, and hopefully we can have this development going strong and make our community better. So I just want to thank you and your staff and the developers. Thank you.
Through the mayor, Ben, I'll keep this real short. I have the same concerns that I've heard tonight from people in the audience. Traffic, Vice Mayor, I think you were reading my notes over here because we had a lot of the same things, so I appreciate you asking those questions. I just want to bring up one point. Right now, this whole area is not inside of the city, and it was alluded to earlier that not in our backyard and why we didn't live there. We all have to live in the city limits. None of us could live there and sit on this dais. It is in our sphere of influence, and there are existing problems. And what I'm hearing now is this is a means to an ends of how to correct those over time. I've been down by River Bend. The traffic's atrocious. I've been down Railroad. The traffic's atrocious. I get the country feel out there. But right now, correct me if I'm wrong, we have no way to fix it. But this will, over time, give us the ability to address those problems and fix it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The only two questions I have after making that comment is, what is your timeline for the public of hoping to have phase 1 complete and going into phase 2 and having it complete?
We had a similar question during the planning commission, and it's all development driven and economics and a whole bunch of other factors, of course. But if everything was perfect and we get entitlements and we go through the LAFCO and we spend all the time doing our design and getting the other improvement approvals we need to get this project through, we'll spend all next year just with that process. So I would say the first time you'd see groundbreaking is 2021 if everything went smoothly. And it would be in the upper area along near Bogue Road, whether it be the commercial or the residential, we can't say. During the planning commission, there was a lot of talk about the commercial breaking ground first. That's a strong possibility, but we can't tell you right now. Usually residential brings the infrastructure and supports the commercial. It may be the other way around here, but the earliest you'll see anything is 2021.
But then beginning 2021 to finish out phase 1, 5 years, 3 years, 10 years. I know there's a lot of variables, but if it worked the way that you would like it to work, approximately how long would each phase 1 and phase 2 take?
There's roughly 600 lots in phase 1 or Newcomb Ranch. Ideally, you'd have an absorption of 150 lots a year, and then you'd have multiple merchant builders like a KB, a Cahovanian, taking each a village down, and you'd be out of this in 5 years. I mean, that'd be the ideal situation, and that's what we're hoping for. But can you guarantee that? If you look at that chart that we saw earlier tonight, that we had 31 building permits, our goal is to change that and bring new development to the town. And we need more absorption than 31 building permits to make this project work. So we need at least 100 to even consider breaking ground. So the hope would be 5 years if we start.
All right, thank you.
All right, we don't have any more. I just wanted to, also recognize staff and everybody and all your developers and Ben, your folks, and a lot of work went into these documents and this preparation. I think Sean and I, we spoke recently, and it was 6 years is what he was saying. So a lot of work to come to this point, and this is just one more step. But I appreciate all the comments and the concerns that were expressed from the dais today. I also share those, particularly when it comes to the concern over traffic in front of the school. I think the safety of our children and our community is paramount. It's right there, focal point right there. So I'm encouraged to hear that is, we're aware of that, and it's going to be into consideration as we move forward. Also, the regional housing needs allocation for affordable housing, Yuba City's required, our number we were assessed was 2,679 units. It's a lot. It's essentially the entire development here, but I was pleased to know that we are aware of that. I read that in the documentation, and that we're focusing on that, so we need to make sure we remain relevant and keep that into our housing element, with the density housing there. Other than that, that was the only one comment I needed to make, other than the fact that I am a fan of roundabouts, so we'll see. We'll have that debate apparently some other time. Pretty big fan, actually. But
Drive fire engine.
well, I kept them on four wheels. Yeah, fire engines, I could see how roundabouts and speed bumps are an enemy of a fire engine. However, if you're like me, you don't like to stop, especially when there's no one coming. It's nice. And the worst part about that is a roundabout, I think, is getting behind somebody who doesn't know how to do it. Yeah, that was you, right? No. All right. Anyway, so that being said, we are here we have held the public hearing, and we are here to adopt a series of resolutions, and I will entertain a motion if there's no further comment. I will move to approve.
Through the mayor?
Yes, I knew that was coming.
I'm so sorry. Does that include staff's recommendations with regards to Mr. Teague's comment letter?
Yes, it does. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's important, and I have no problem including his commentary in the documentation.
I will second that, Mayor.
All right, we have a first and second to approve staff's recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. Thank you very much. I think what we're going to do, I'm going to make a command decision. We are at 9 o'clock. We're 3 hours into this. Let's do a 10-minute break. We'll come back in a second. All right, we are back. We're going to go with item number 18, also from Ben, wherever he may be. There he is right there. Erica's earning her money tonight. Hopefully not. You're on, man.
Okay, I apologize. Waiting for the word. So we just made it through the heart of the next few items with the last item. And so the item before you here now is regarding to your Newcomb Ranch Development Agreement. So as part of those 12 growth policies, and due to the size of the subdivision, there's a requirement for a development agreement. And so the development agreement was worked out with the developer. It basically establishes specifics of the project if there's any specific requirement, but particularly it lengthens the time of the map, and so it sets criteria for 20 plus years for this entitlement process to be valid, plus room for extensions. And so, as briefly discussed, Newcomb Ranch. The development agreement is before you right now. That's in regard to the development in the blue. Newcomb Ranch. Here's the Bogue Stewart Master Plan land use plan showing the location of Newcomb Ranch. So tentative map 1406 and 1407 were approved by the Planning Commission at the tentative maps are approved at the Planning Commission level, but they would not be applicable until the City Council makes that general plan amendment, the sphere, and the zoning. And so in the DA, it specifically discusses that about the approval of those maps is invalid unless the other items move forward. And so a little reference on the types of maps. So there's a large lot and a small lot. And I briefly hit on that is that the way that even though we called it phase one, it's going to come in chunks. And so there's 161 acres, 12 large lots ranging in size from 3.61 acres to 21.48 acres. And so you can see the blue with the reference to the large lot. And so the way this is set up with the tentative map is that the developer could come in, parcel this 161 acres up into these 12 parcels, and then individually sell those off. And then those would be incremental phases that would come in. And so then you would have phase 1 or phase 12 come in with another subdivision lot under the small lot subdivision that would basically then trigger all the improvement requirements. And so in these villages, there's a reference to the number of units. And a little more information regarding the DA, that it's really a contract between the city and the developer, defining processes and criteria for the subdivisions to be developed. This DA is intended to satisfy the city's growth policies and was requested by the applicant specifically for that length of time. And then also the primary benefit is the third bullet is that 20-year plus. And I think we have an automatic 5-year extension plus a couple other multiple extensions based on request. So with the certification of the Bogue Master Plan EIR, no further environmental assessment is required. And the staff recommends that we introduce an ordinance approving the Newcomb Ranch subdivision development agreement between the city of Yuba City, Newcomb Ranch LLC, and waiving the first reading. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions regarding the DA.
Questions? Public comment on that?
Sean Menard with MHM Engineering, representing Newcomb Ranch on this DA. And we've worked with the city quite a bit on this DA, and we're okay with all the conditions. One of the items we wanted to talk about is to see how we could address it is, remember the condition about the undergrounding of the lines along Bogue Road. In the condition on the tentative map that was approved at the Planning Commission, there was a requirement to underground. I've gone to some of the project workshops, and there's consideration of changing that policy. And I was wondering if there's a way if we could put that in the DA, so if the policy changes throughout the city, we're not conditioned to do that. It is a very big burden on this project, as all projects in the city, to underground. So if there's a way to add a section into the DA that if the city policy on undergrounding is changed, that we would have the flexibility without going back, taking our tentative map back to the Planning Commission to get it modified, that it's covered in the DA. So if there's a way, I'd probably need the attorney to ask that question. But otherwise, we've done great working with the city staff, and we're okay with all the requirements and conditions of the DA.
I do believe we probably need to discuss that offline of some sort, unless you have an answer off the top.
We do have an answer off the top. Right now, those policies are still in effect. One of the ways that we suggested is just simply amend the tentative map to remove the condition once the council decides what exact policies it wants. So that condition could be removed by just amending the map. There wouldn't be a need to do it as part of this development agreement at this time.
So we'd like to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Through the mayor. Can you say that again? You said that in your softest voice, Shannon, that...
I'm
it's
sorry.
condition 67 of the...
So the tentative map has a condition on it that requires undergrounding. If you want to change that condition in the future, you have to amend the tentative map. We're doing the development agreement right now. The proposal is to put that change in the development agreement. As a practical matter, at least from my perspective, you're still going to have to amend your tentative map to remove that condition. And since that condition is consistent with your current standards that you have, my suggestion would be is to wait until you decide what updated standards you want from your ad hoc committee or whatever else that you may be setting up. And then once those are established, then it's just a matter of going back to the Planning Commission and amending that condition on the tentative map so it's removed and the undergrounding is not required. That would how it'd be typically done. So in other words, you wouldn't have to address it this evening.
That was a really short answer. Thank you.
So, through the mayor?
Yes.
Through the mayor. So does that mean these folks have to go back to Planning Commission and pay a fee in order to get this amended in the future?
The tentative map, yes, usually there's a process of going back to the Planning Commission to remove a condition that's been put on by the Planning Commission. So the tentative map's not before you tonight. What's before you tonight, council member, is the development agreement. The development agreement acts like a snapshot. It's an agreement that kind of freezes everything in time.
Okay.
You know, Shannon, I just want to add on to that, that the way that condition was written on the tentative map, 67, was that, or as modified per the undergrounding policy. And so if our DA reflects, the way the DA is written right now, it reflects that they need to do the conditions of approval. So I think his comment is definitely noted and documented for the record. In the way, instead of trying to do a last minute DA change, I think it's handled through that condition of the map that it reflects that policy change. So if we change that policy, then the DA would enforce whatever that change was. We'll definitely look at it at a staff level, and if there has to be some sort of clarification, we can work through that.
Okay.
As long as we're not approving some sort of roadblock to amending that when it becomes.
I understand the way that condition is written, we should be good.
They're conversing. I'm just making sure.
Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm going to ask because I don't want to. The question came up is, if we change our policy, are they going to have to reapply?
Based on what Ben said, the condition terms are, the answer is no. Because the condition, he apparently designed the conditions of the tentative map such that there would already be built-in flexibility.
Perfect. Thank you.
So let me read that condition just so everybody's aware of it. So it was condition 67 on the Newcomb Ranch tentative map, small lot. Prior to issuance of any certificate of occupancy, all existing overhead utilities of 26,000 volts or less, or proposed utilities both on-site and along all project frontages shall be placed underground. The undergrounding shall extend the entire frontage or as approved by the Public Works Director to facilitate construction and or meet current city undergrounding policy. So with that in there, whatever they are, we'll change it.
Okay.
You were leaning back in your chair.
Yeah, I know.
And the reason why I was leaning back is because I was thinking about the exact language, and I understand where Sean's coming from, given that language. There is some ambiguity there, but if it's the city's interpretation that we have interpreted that, and Ben's understanding that it will provide that flexibility, in other words, if you change the standard, that condition will be changed. I think with the discussion we have here on the record, making that clarification, and with the existing condition 67 and part of the track map or tentative map, we should be fine.
Perfect.
All right.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Are you ready for a motion?
Ready.
All right. I'd like to introduce an ordinance approving the Newcomb Ranch subdivisions development agreement between the City of Yuba City and Newcomb Ranch LLC and waive the first reading.
Second.
Third.
Manny was
fourth.
first on that one.
I don't know about your hearings.
And what?
Nothing, sir.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay.
Kane.
So very similar item, but it mirrors the previous, but now we're talking about Kells East. And so we're on phase 2. We're looking at introducing ordinance for the approval of development agreement 1902 with Baines Property LP, property owner and developer for the development of the Kells East Ranch subdivisions. And so, again, it's a contract between the city and the developer as far as the timeline and any specific requirements of that. And it spells out many different aspects of the requirements to implement the improvement plans and how those are phased and the fees associated with that. And so with that, really, I'm going to jump towards the end here. It's similar where it's going to be done with a large lot parcels, and then we'll come back with the small lot parcels when they're ready for development. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
What? Oh. Other questions? Any public comment on that?
Okay.
All right. Oh, we got one. Undergrounding.
Yes. Just want to go on record, if we can make that same clarification on this DA, that if the policy changes, that it would be interpreted that it applied to this project.
right.
I don't know the condition number right off the top of my head, but 66, so. So 66, we just want to clarify that if it's changes. So, otherwise, everything looks good.
All right, we're good. I think we're clearly on the record on that, so we're good there. No other further public comment? We can entertain a motion.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce an ordinance for the approval of Development Agreement 19-02 with Baines Properties LP, property owner and developer for the development of the Kells East Ranch subdivisions, TSM 15-02 and TSM 15-03, and waive the first reading.
Second.
All right, I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Ben. Moving on to number 20, updated Yuba City Municipal Services Review for the Bogue Stewart Master Plan area and initiation of an amendment of sphere of influence.
Excuse me.
Okay, bear with me here with this one. So, in order for the city to annex the Bogue Stewart Master Plan area into the city, the city's sphere of influence needs to be expanded. The Sutter Local Agency Formation Committee, so Sutter LAFCO, is charged with the responsibility by the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg law, which requires that the city prepare a municipal service review in advance of any LAFCO action. This allows Sutter LAFCO to be able to determine that the city can reasonably extend services to the new area. The MSR will be used to determine if a municipal service provider can feasibly finance and extend infrastructure, services, and facilities into the proposed sphere of influence amendment area. So the next steps for the municipal service review are to submit it to LAFCO, Sutter LAFCO, and if approved, LAFCO will then review and update the sphere of influence for the city. The municipal service review, it specifically is prepared by the city's consultant, ESA, and it evaluates the structure and operation of the city and various service providers. The MSR includes a discussion of the plans and ability of each provider to ensure a continued adequate municipal service provision, as well as the means and capacity to serve future developments upon annexation. So really, it really gets into the those utilities and how we provide safety, first responder, police and fire service to that new area, and designates how that it can handle, that we have the capacity at the plants, that we have the capacity with our other services to handle that. So pursuant to the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg Act, determination must be made for each of the 7 factors noted. Determinations are based on analysis of information provided by surveys completed by agency staff, agency documents, meetings with agency staff, and internet research. So in establishing the new sphere of influence boundary and reviewing the MSR, LAFCO will consider 5 factors: present and planned land uses, present and probable need for public facilities and services, present capacity of public facilities and adequacy of public services that the agency provides, existence of social or economic communities of interest in the area, present and probable need for public facilities and services of any unincorporated communities within the existing sphere of influence. The MSR provides evidence that the city will sufficiently serve the expanded sphere of influence. So it's really this document that says we are capable and able to serve that area. So with this, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution by the City Council accepting the updated municipal services review for the expansion of the Yuba City sphere of influence to include the area covered by the Bogue Stewart Master Plan with the ability to correct minor editorial corrections. And we'll make sure we'll bring it back to you if there's any sort of major issue if a major issue needs to be made with the update. Authorizing requesting amendment of the current MSR is updated, and authorizing requesting an application for and the initiation of the sphere of influence amendment. And so just to clarify on item I there, the first one is that with this review, There is definitely, when you read through it, there's references to population numbers and different references. And what I've gathered or received back from ESA is that where they've pulled, there's multiple documents over multiple years. And so they've pulled documents from our 2010 urban, from a water plan, or they've pulled a population number at a different point in time from a different document. And so that's created a little bit of confusion on the reading, where you're reading along and you just read 63,000, then you get a little farther along and it says 68,000, and it talks about that population. So with that authorization, we want to give us a little flexibility to update any clerical issues before we submit to LAFCO. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I think this is probably a question more for the city attorney. The issues on some of the references were things that I discovered in review of the document, and so I'm just procedurally, just to make sure we're not, I don't want to approve a document that has false information in it or inaccurate information. And the reason being isn't to say the document is poor, but it is so that it's a clean document when we submit to LAFCO. Is it through Mr. Moody's recommendation, can we approve a document with contingent upon taking care of those issues that are in error?
Yes, if there are errata issues, clarifications, minor items like that, and the city council gives authorization to staff to do that, you can do it. However, more substantive changes would need to come back to the city council. That could probably be done on a consent calendar item at a later date. Now, I just wanted to point out that LAFCO's own policies have, under the law, the standards where they talk about substantial changes to the MSR. So LAFCO law already inherently recognizes that these municipal services reviews are not going to be 100% accurate. They're looking at the big picture to see if services are available. And sometimes a water district may have a different baseline than the fire district may have a different baseline from what they're using. And so it may look like the document has some internal inconsistencies that way, but it's based upon the latest information that you may have with each snapshot in time for each type of service being rendered.
My concern is that the services are being considered or reviewed based upon population figures in one instance. And those population figures should be consistent as a predictor for city services, and they're not. There's also reference to old population numbers that we have already exceeded. I mean, we're past some of those references. Again, I would consider them to be relatively minor, but in the scope of looking at a document that's an official document going forward, it concerns me. You said substantive, and I don't know what you're going to tell me. You're going to get squishy on me again, I'm sure. So, thank you.
All right, so we can move forward approve the document in general, and we can make amendments.
Yes.
Or errata, I'm assuming.
Yes, you can certainly move forward. If there's any sort of errata or minor clarifications formatting, we can take care of that on the staff level. If there's something more substantive, you may just see this on a future agenda item with some corrections, and you'll know that's what it is.
All right. If the majority is okay with that approach, we're good.
I would just like to add to that, in the report, it was talking about, this is where actually the roundabouts were listed, okay? So I want to know where those roundabouts are planned. And in addition, it talked about the schools, and the schools in the beginning of the first phase did not need additional, that there would be no impact to the school systems. And there will be impact without building a new school in the first phase of the development, based on, and this is part of that first development phase.
Yeah, I could definitely, if you have the section, we'll read through it just so I make sure I have the context with it.
Yeah.
And this definitely with ESA, there was coordination with the school district that how that impact is handled.
Yeah, it's on page 40. Section 2.3.10. And I did not write where the roundabouts, but it was listed in here as well. And On the medium income of the households, again, I know I sound like going through the same issues over and over and talking about our economy. We're building these beautiful homes. I just want to make sure there's the right people to buy those homes, because that impacts our economy. So I just like to say that.
Through the mayor, if you wouldn't mind me responding to the question, Ben, if that's okay with you.
Please.
I took a quick look at the municipal services review on page 40. Thank you so much for pointing that out. What this is based on is the school district's assessment with regards to their capacity. So we're not necessarily making a determination themselves. It's based upon, as Ben pointed out, what the school district is giving us. Under this one, they're saying that they're adequate. I didn't see anything in here where it specifically said there would not be any impact or no impact. It said that they would be okay and they would be adequate up to a certain level, and then there would need to be fees paid in order to address the impacts to the facilities. If I'm looking at the same
Yeah,
place.
you're looking at the first paragraph, I think, is probably needs to be relooked at. You're reading it, I get it, I read it, and I think that based on some of the data on this document, it probably needs to be reviewed.
And so just to add from the developer, that there was the coordination with ESA, or the consultant with the EIR, the city, and with the developer coordinating with the school district. And that's how we came to the parcel. And then also there was an agreement that they participate in the school Melon-Roos. And so as these houses get built, they would pay into that.
Yeah, but I think there needs some corrections.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at it.
Thank you.
All right. Any public comment? Nothing? All right. Bring it back to council. Or not?
You going?
Yeah.
I'm not even on the page. Go for it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
I may need some help with the amendment piece to this, Mr. City Attorney. Through the mayor, I'd like to introduce a motion adopting a resolution of the City Council accepting the updated municipal services review for the expansion of the Yuba City Sphere of Influence to include the area covered by the Bogue-Stewart Master Plan. Section B here, authorizing and requesting amendment of the current MSR as updated. And Section C here, authorizing and requesting an application for an initiation of a Sphere of Influence amendment. And then I would also add inclusion of correction of inaccurate information.
Yes, so that would be authorization to staff to make any sort of errata or minor modification or changes to address that information with substantive information and come back to the city council.
Well done.
Thank you.
Second.
In one breath even. That's good.
Yeah.
And we have a second over here by Mr. Cardozo. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Ben, you can go take a break.
Thank you.
Well-deserved break.
He's got, Chief's doing the camera.
All right, so number 21 is our camping and storage of personal property ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Hello.
Just want to take a quick second to introduce our homeless liaison coordinator for the Yuba City Police Department as approved by the council last year in the budget. I told him that he would be up here in take about 15, 20 minutes to get to him, and they would have no work to do when he got here. So he's already had to facilitate a name exchange for an accident in the parking lot, and 4 hours later, this is Officer Troy Koska. He's been a police officer for over 25 years now. He came over from Marysville Police Department in 2015, and he's very excited to partake in this new endeavor, and we're excited to have him. He's got a great background. He used to have a small business in Yuba City, so he's got a lot of experience working with community-oriented projects. So, Troy, thank you. Troy, you want to say something? I told him he wouldn't have to.
Right.
Sounds like your interview.
You're hired. You're hired.
All right. The subject before you today is the camping and storage of personal property ordinance. The recommendation is conduct a public hearing and after consideration, introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 5.23, camping and storage of personal property on private and public property to Title 5 of the Yuba City Municipal Code and waive the first reading. Over the last few years in southern Yuba County, as in other jurisdictions throughout California and the United States, there's been a significant increase in the unauthorized camping and storage of personal property, both on public and private land. In Sutter County, the increase of unauthorized camping and storage of personal property near waterways and levees have proven to be problematic. Historically, Sutter and Yuba County have had different attacks, individual on how we approach this to a law enforcement and make sure that we're balancing that with protecting everybody's constitutional rights and understanding that people aren't out there just because it could be a life situation. So we want to make sure that we balance all that and offer the help that we can that's available and that they're willing to take. So this specifically talks about camping only. We have not had consistent ordinances specifically addressing locations where and times when camping and storage of personal property on public and private property is allowed and where it's prohibited. A clear, understandable ordinance regulating camping and storage of personal property is a direct and effective way to resolve the issues. So we're kind of doing this in conjunction with all the different law enforcement and different cities and municipal organizations in Yuba and Sutter County. So we have the same basic ordinance. The City of Yuba City has partnered with neighboring jurisdictions, various nonprofit and faith-based organizations to enhance and coordinate all aspects of intervention activities and enforcement response to the hazardous conditions created by unpermitted camping and storage of personal property in areas that are not appropriate or safe to conduct those activities. In creating a more uniform approach, it became clear that a specific ordinance was needed to ensure our process complied with the state laws while retaining the necessary flexibility for a regional solution. The analysis, basically, the proposed ordinance creates reasonable regulations that applies to all citizens that camp or store personal property within the incorporated areas of Yuba City. The overall purpose of this ordinance is to preserve the rights of all citizens within the city so as to maintain certain areas of land for the purpose for which they are intended to be used, to maintain the integrity of the levee system that protects Yuba City's residents, businesses, and environment, protect the health of riparian habitats and waterways, as well as to protect the rights of individuals that may be subject to personal property removal. The proposed ordinance is being implemented across Yuba and Sutter County law enforcement jurisdictions to create a uniform policy. We're actually the fourth agency, I believe, to do this. Yuba County, Sutter County, and Marysville have all gone first, and this are in different stages of implementing the ordinance. The proposed ordinance provides specific rules related to areas of the city that are not safe to camp, and specifically in areas that are designated as floodways or in areas that are within the water side of our levees. It places reasonable restrictions on where people may store their personal belongings. It provides for specific noticing and time requirements for individuals that are violating the ordinance, as well as uniform procedures for removal of personal property, including the personal property storage, recovery, and disposal. The process includes provisions for an informal hearing so that individuals have the ability to exercise their right to appeal the determination that their property is creating an environmental hazardous condition. The proposed ordinance was developed in consultation with Yuba County. And the fiscal impact at this time is unknown. There will be some cost to store the property, probably a Connex box, a location to place it in, somebody to work at designated areas to release the property and to make sure that it's maintained in a safe condition. And also the costs with collecting individual camping sites that may present a violation of this ordinance. The alternatives are provide direction to staff as to change which should be incorporated into the ordinance. I'll read that over because that was kind of blurred. Is to provide direction to staff as to any changes which should be incorporated into the ordinance or take no action on the ordinance. The recommendation is conduct a public hearing and after consideration, introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 5.23 camping and storage of personal property on private and public property to Title 5, which is public welfare, morals, and conduct of the Yuba City Municipal Code, waiving the first reading. And with that, I'll open it up to the public hearing and for questions.
All right, we'll go ahead and open public hearing. Thanks, Rob. Anybody care to comment? Are you Miss Gill, or is there Simon Gill, or excuse me, Laura? I'm Laura. Laura, read the wrong card.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Clausen-Furry, and I'm with California Rural Legal Assistance. We represent clients with regard to the proposed ordinance. We believe that it is unlawful under Boise because it is drafted to essentially encompass all property and make camping illegal within the city limits. And as you know, there are insufficient shelter beds for folks who are currently homeless. Second, we believe that even if there is an area that is not completely prohibited by the broad prohibitions contained in the proposed ordinance, that Section 060's requirement that you set up camp in the dark and take down your camp every morning is unlawful as applied to physically disabled individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else care to comment? Chief? Oh, okay, I thought you were coming to comment.
Oh, I don't want to comment.
You don't want to comment? All right. All right, with that, no one else stepping up, I'll close public hearing, bring it back to council for action or comment.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to let this folks know here in the community that all 5 jurisdictions is doing this ordinance. We're all on the same page. We're not here to offend anybody. Excuse me. We're not here to offend anybody. We just want to make sure that we're going to help them. We're going to send them to the proper places to get them from being homeless and get them on their own. So I just want to let everybody know that. And all 5 jurisdictions are all in on this. They're not different. It's all one. So I just want to let everybody know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor, unless there's other comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
I did have a comment. I wanted to check with our city attorney because of the rulings that just occurred on Monday and how this changes possibly some of the guidelines within this ordinance, and understanding the need for the person rest and beds. So how is this, are we okay as a council, or is this going to get us into some potential issues?
There's an old joke among city attorneys. You never ask the city attorney to give you a legal opinion in a public forum as to whether or not you're going to win or lose on something. So that may not be the circumstance.
I just did.
Thank you, Councilwoman. This ordinance was put together by the county of
Yuba County.
Yeah. And it was done in light of the 9th District's decision, the appellate court's decision in Boise. And so it was designed to comply with Boise. Now, one of the things that we were hoping to get some clarification from the Supreme Court on is there was a lot of gray area created in Boise. Mm-hmm. We believe that as drafted, that it complies with Boise, but Boise court was pretty vague as to what they were doing. So there's a lot of different room for interpretation, and while we would have hoped the Supreme Court would have chimed in and helped provide that clarification, we don't have the benefit of it. Neither does anyone else. The one thing that I would say, however, as with any ordinance that we have, whether it's walking across a crosswalk within a certain period of time or doing these other sorts of things, our police officers, when they see somebody with a disability, give them a reasonable accommodation so that they can complete their actions. And that's the training that they have, that's the policy that they have. So you could almost have any ordinance that would be, as they would call, as applied, could be misapplied. That's not the case here. If the police department are giving a reasonable accommodation to somebody that has a medical condition or other condition, then that's, at least from my perspective, from what I've seen so far, would not be an issue.
So a follow-up to that, I want to know with the Ninth Circuit Court, because I want to be clear that this is talking about public domain. Private, it's still not legal to do it on private property.
The ordinance provides for a mechanism that, yes, the Boise case says it applies just to public property.
Correct.
So private property can still be restricted. And this ordinance does provide for a mechanism for restricting camping on private property. It says if you're going to camp on private property, you've got to be able to show certain things so our enforcement personnel know that you're authorized to be there and you're not just trespassing and being at that location.
So thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to make sure that the general public understands that this is what this ordinance covers. And we're working really hard with our county and jurisdictions to have the appropriate shelter when potentially there needs to be some sort of relocation, if that is the case, that's best for the community.
And yes, and as the chief pointed out, this also applies to certain public private property as well. For example, the levees. When people are boring into the levees and creating these permanent structure in the levees, that weakens the integrity of the levees during a flood situation. And so there's going to be certain public property that's going to have a higher level of scrutiny to make sure that it doesn't jeopardize the safety of everyone, which is part of what this ordinance does as well.
And I think that that's why it's important, the coordination that is on a regional level, because homeless individuals do not stay usually in one particular area, but there is a tendency to have a higher density perhaps in the river area, the river bottoms, and those kinds of locations in our communities. So I thank you that you brought this ordinance to us and that we have a new officer or a staff person, I would say, from our police department that is helping with this transition and how it's being coordinated on a regional level.
Thank you. I'd like to add also that we are going to make sure that all the resources that are available are made known to everybody that is homeless or in a camping situation where they're looking for stuff. We're just trying to develop a better resource for that right now as far as pamphlets and stuff to make sure we're getting the word out as well.
Yes, Chief, and I would recommend that with Sutter County, they have tremendous, they have pamphlets and at the coordinated entry locations, and I'm sure Troy will get into that with the coordinated entry locations and get the resources to be able to know exactly where to make some recommendations as you're finding individuals that are, in that transition area. See, he's already being handed off some over there, getting him ready to go. But that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, through the mayor.
Yes.
Chief, first of all, thank you for bringing this and thank you for working with our neighbors and being in one unified front with this. I would ask one more thing before I make a motion here is with our liaison officer, if we could educate our business owners and private property owners here as well, because I have talked to many of them in the community, and because of Boise and because of things that's been done, a lot of them feel like they have no rights, and they honestly do have more rights than the people that are illegally camping on their doorsteps and on their private property. So if we could incorporate that as part of our outreach, that would be most appreciative. And with that, I move to introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 5.23, Camping and Storage of Personal Property on Private and Public Property, to Title 5, Public Welfare, Morals, and Conduct of the Yuba City Municipal Code, and waive the first reading.
Second.
First and second to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? None. Thank you very much, Chief. Congratulations, Troy. All right, now item number 22, Yuba City Water Regulations Ordinance Update. Welcome back, Ben.
All right, so the item before you is in regards to updating the Yuba City Water Regulation Ordinance. And so this is the second reading. And with that, the item before you is to the final adoption of the ordinance related to Title 6, Chapter 6, known as Yuba City Water Regulations. Last update in 2016 regarding drought and rate increases. The proposed update was originally initiated by Senate Bill 998, which is in regards to due process and notice, updating our notices parameters. And so that's what initiated the update. But when we initiated the update, we took the opportunity to update a few other areas. And so with that, there's four main areas. SB 998 state requirements that really have to do with the notice and that due process if we're going to shut water off. Water connection financing. There's added language in there that talk about financing connection and extension fees for the 10-year period. And then the logistics on how we set that agreement up and the assessment up. Number 3 is the water leak adjustment. Basically, it gives finance that tool that if there's an unknown break within the first 3 months underneath a driveway, there's an opportunity for the property owner to repair that leak, show proof of it, and then receive a credit with a maximum cap of $500 on their water bill. And then lastly, emergency water restrictions, which is taking out the specific language that we have in there now and updating it so it matches our other planning documents and state codes. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and make the recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending Yuba City Municipal Code Title 6, Chapter 6, Yuba City Water Regulations, and waive the second reading.
Thank you. Any public comment on the item? All right.
Through the mayor and to Mr. Moody, and I do apologize, I would have probably preferred to ask this question, but regular work got in the way. So one of the questions I have is, property owners are sometimes not notified of the delinquency of their tenants. And so at the time the tenant moves out, the property owner is likely unaware if the tenant has been delinquent with the bill. With this new state law, et cetera, is there any consideration, or what's the city going to do to try to make sure that, property owner isn't saddled with a huge bill that they were unaware because the tenant didn't pay the bill?
So I'm going to lean on Robin a little bit, but I know that we have some processes in place about the owners being able to sign up for dual notice.
Thank you, Ben. We do have a process where owners can set up a dual notification where we'll send them the bills as well, so they receive a copy of it. I'm aware of a situation recently where that didn't happen. So in strategizing, it wasn't that we didn't send it, we didn't have the owner's information to send it. So now staff has put into process a letter that's going to go out in January to all tenant-occupied locations, informing the owners of those properties that they could be held responsible, just so that there's an awareness out there, knowing that there could be a situation such as what happened recently where the landowner did not know that they were responsible. We want to make sure we're being fair to all property owners.
Perfect. I know that will help. As long as, I guess that's going to be an undertaking, though, to determine who's the tenant or who are the property owners?
It's something staff is working on, yes.
Okay, appreciate the initiative.
All right, looks like we're just down to needing a motion. Whose turn is it?
Through the mayor.
There you go.
All right, I move to adopt an ordinance amending the Yuba City Municipal Code Title 6, Chapter 6, Yuba City Water Regulations, and waive the second reading.
Second.
All right, first and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Number 23, development impact fees. Diana.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right. So at the December 2nd workshop with Council, based on the discussion, staff is providing the following for consideration and action by the Council: whether to freeze impact fees at the current level, and whether to form an ad hoc development impact fee committee comprised of 2 council members, staff, and representatives from Yuba City Unified School District, Sutter County, and the builder-developer community as needed. So impact fees, with the exception of water and wastewater connection fees, are updated on an annual basis on January 1st of each year. Water and wastewater connection fees are updated on an annual basis on July 1st of each year. The increases to both are based upon the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index from April to April. With Council's authorization to maintain the current impact fees in effect indefinitely, the impact fees, infill impact fees, and water and wastewater connection fees will remain unchanged until otherwise modified by the City Council. For reference purposes, the scheduled increase would be 2.34%. So with the formation of the Ad Hoc Development Impact Fee Committee, potential topics for discussion include impact fees, so what do they cover? Are all of the items still necessary? The infill area, to reevaluate the property definition and infill area boundary map. City design standards, some of the things we discussed tonight: attached versus detached sidewalks, landscaping requirements, right-of-way dedication requirements. Infrastructure needs and costs, the ability for the city to legally contribute funds toward the infrastructure required for new development and financing options. Sutter County impact fees, ability to reduce the fee. Yuba City Unified School District fees, ability to reduce the fee and also whether or not they can pay up front versus the mellow ruse, which our 12 growth strategies actually requires mellow ruse. So that's something to evaluate as well as the 12 growth policies. So the recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution authorizing that the current development impact fees, including water and wastewater connection fees, remain in effect until otherwise modified by the City Council, and designate 2 council members to steer the ad hoc development impact fee committee to be formed for a period of not more than 1 year. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Pretty simple. Any public comment? Nothing. Regarding the appointing 2 council members for the ad hoc committee, Shannon, or city attorney, I have received interest from Councilmember Espandola to be on that committee. However, we noticed that the Yuba City Unified School District will have a representative on that board. She happens to have them as a client. Would that create a conflict, in your opinion, that would be better to have as someone else?
You know, conflict questions are notoriously difficult, and I don't mean to waffle.
No, that's fine.
And I'm going through them in my head. My gut feeling tells me there's probably not a conflict. However, generally on these sorts of things, just to avoid these sorts of issues, the best approach from a legal perspective is to not be involved as part of that, just to step out of the process to keep everything clean. But I would need to do an analysis to determine whether or not there is one. So the default is always step out of it when possible to avoid it. That's the safest approach.
Okay. Is that your recommendation, I'm assuming?
Based on the information that I have right now,
Right.
it's my recommendation.
All right. Would you, I'll leave it up to you. We can either postpone to re-examine it and find a more definitive answer, unless you have heard enough to recuse yourself, so to speak.
Is there a date that we're trying to get this started?
The sooner the better, but
Right.
we haven't even set a meeting yet, so.
So would it be okay if there wasn't conflict? Let's say if we had the research with the attorney, if there was a conflict, that a second person could be nominated in case I can't do it.
So
Someone else.
I guess that would make sense. If we, in the interim between now and the next meeting, if we discover that it's in fact the best course of action for her to not participate, would we have to have another meeting and reappointment, or can we designate somebody to slip in that case?
Just designate an alternate, and then if
All right.
she resigns from a position, the alternate automatically steps up.
All right, very good.
So if we can do that, I would be comfortable with that.
All right.
An alternate.
All right, that's good. So it's clear that Councilmember Espandola has expressed interest. Anybody else?
To the mayor, I would like
What?
to also.
All right,
The mayor, I would like to express interest as well.
all right.
I guess that leaves me through the mayor, since I was the one who brought it up on the second. Obviously, I do want to be on it.
All right, so we're going to put Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Espandola in the interim, and in such a case that we determine that it would be the best course of action to not have Councilmember Espandola on there, we'll have Councilmember Boomgarden step into her place. Excuse me, Vice Mayor Boomgarden step into her place.
But I was third. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
You're also wearing a red blazer. So
Ooh.
I appreciate the red. Are you sick too, aren't you? You look like you sound like you're sick.
Yeah, it got me at noon. Yeah, I slide the council down.
Yeah, you're good. All right, that's one of those. So there's the decision. We're going to put
You need to make a motion.
Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Espandola, unless circumstances warrant otherwise, in which case Vice Mayor Boomgarden would step in. So there's the appointment. Do we need to vote on that? So
I'll make a motion for the ad hoc committee for Councilmember Espandola, Councilmember Shaw, and alternate Councilmember, Vice Mayor Boomgarden.
thank you very much. I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Now we're going to go up to the adopting resolution.
Through the mayor.
A motion. Yeah, thank you.
I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing that the current development impact fees, including water and wastewater connection fees, remain in effect until otherwise modified by the city council.
Second.
I think Grace got that second in. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that's unanimous as well. Thank you very much, Diana. Well, you're earning your money tonight.
Yep, yeah, for sure.
24, cellular water meter replacement project.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a nice little project that we've been working through the logistics on, and we're getting real close. So tonight, the item before you is regarding approving the plans and specifications for the cellular water meter conversion project. And so we have a grant from to the SR. We have a construction installment sale agreement for a state revolving fund loan grant for $8 million, with $4 million of it being forgiveness, and $4 million of it being financed at a 10-year, 1.8% low interest loan. And so what this project will do is basically, of the 19,000 plus water meters that we have out in service, we're going to go through and change those from the radio reads, where we drive around town once a month and collect that data on a route map, to a cellular head. This basically at the top of the meter, and then the transponder unit will go around to those 17,400 different meters that haven't been replaced yet, where batteries have died, and swap out those transponders, update the top unit, and then of those units, we're also going to, when we're doing the audit through the city, we're going to analyze to see if the body needs to be replaced. And right now we have an estimate about 5,000 meter bodies will have to be replaced with that project. And so the project schedule before you is the plans and specifications have been prepared. We're requesting authorization to approve those and then bid it. We anticipate putting it out to bid after approval and bidding through January, and then coming back in February with an award. After state review of the package and the pricing, we'll come back to you at that time to make sure the finances is correct for the project based on the bid amount, and then have a tighter construction schedule on how that goes through. So with this request tonight, there's 3 items before you. The second item has to do with sole source. And so longstanding, we've been using Badger meter as our standard. And so when we've looked at different suppliers and how these transponders will meet up, and then as these batteries have been failing throughout the city, we have about 2,000 of these Badger meters already in service with the cellular meter head with that specific software. And so we talked to Badger, we analyzed different products, and with this negotiated price that we've in review on the cost and that software, we think it's best to sole source with them because of that existing software and the product that they have that we can't get in order to facilitate our business. So we're not having to run into issues with accounting and how they talk to different city functions. So tonight, we're not setting the dollar amount, but we're basically authorizing the sole source of that equipment, so when it goes out to bid, they'll specifically call out Badger meter. Then the third part of this is to increase this design engineering service contract with Coastland Engineering. So Coastland Engineering is a consultant company that we've reached out to augment services, to provide us basically some resources to help us get through this plans and specification. They have knowledge and where they've implemented these in different agencies, and so it's been a good resource. And so this $97,000 that we're asking to add to the contract, specifically what that is $47,000 of that is for their sub-consultant to basically do the data analytics that we have to get with our IT department, and how we work with finance and how we pre-program our Pinimation software, so that when this contractor comes out, he's going to have a scan gun with a little barcode on each one of these things. And so he's going to scan these 17,400, and then that data with the address, the meter reading, the ID, the profile goes right into our system. And so then we don't have this, it seamlessly goes in. And so working with IT, working with finance, working with Coastland, who's implemented this is this UMS they're a national firm that basically does this mass meter change out. And so a big chunk of that is for the subconsultant to do that, the analytics and the programming beforehand, and then also provide the service afterwards during the construction to help with that conversion. And then the remaining of that 97 is a $50,000 unit. Specifically for Coastland is basically money to provide for construction services and any sort of services to manage that contract afterwards. The amount is really, at this point, arbitrary a little bit. I mean, we said, hey, when I say arbitrary, it's our engineer's estimate that, hey, for an $8 million job, there's going to be things that come up. We're going to have to manage this contractor. And so it adds the $50,000 to the contract agreement, but the terms of the agreement is still hourly bill rate based on that bill schedule that was originally established for 25. So it's on a time and material basis with basically an amount up to $50,000 without additional request by council. And so I'd be happy to answer any further questions on that. And so with that, I have the 3 recommendations above.
Okay. Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ben, I thought when we discussed this a couple of years ago at the last council, I thought we were going to replace everything because most of the meters have been in the ground for over 10 years. I thought we were going to just change them all out at one time. I guess we changed it since then, or?
So it's for working with the water crews and working with everybody. The meter bodies are good for 20 years, approximately. And where we're having a lot of the problems is with the batteries on top with the radio read.
Correct.
And so over the last couple of years, city crews have been going out replacing about 100 a month with the radio read and then bodies. But we still think we're pretty good with the bodies. But with this contract, they're going to have to flip every lid. They're going to look at it, verify if we need it. And the way the contract is written, we have $8 million. And so we're pushing to maximize that grant, how I could say, so we don't leave any free money off the table, but also the cognizant we don't want to replace it just to replace it. But if it's a 17-year-old meter, we're going to analyze that. We're going to look at it. We're going to see if we're within the funding and then make that decision to swap it. But that will be done through the accounting process. And then the 5,000 meter bodies is just an estimate from the water supervisor crew how many meters we think are 10 plus years old.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question. All right. Public comment. Come on up. That's okay.
The only comment that I would have to question is, I used to work at Weights and Measures on water meters and things like that. And to make sure that those meters have gone through the state of California and have a certificate of compliance in the state of California and with their new software and everything. That's the only thing that I would question, to make sure that they've been validated through the state, through the agency of Weights and Measures.
Okay, regarding accuracy then. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. I think you're about to get an answer here.
Yeah, just to add on to that every year the city pulls a sampling and then we do a testing on it to see how those are, how efficient they are being, to make sure we're compliant.
All right, thank you. Did you hear that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right. No further public comment? Bring it back to council.
Through the mayor.
Yep.
Through the mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution approving the plans and specifications for the cellular water meter replacement project and authorizing advertisement for bids on the project. Also adopt a resolution authorizing the use of specialized equipment from Badger Meter Incorporated with the finding that it is in the best interest of the city and authorize the city manager to amend the professional services agreement with Coastland Civil Engineering of Auburn, California, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney in the amount of $97,000 for a total contract amount of $122,000 to provide additional pre-construction data analysis / integration and engineering services during construction for a cellular water meter replacement project with the finding that it is in the best interest of the city.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Nothing. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Feather River Mills Hotel Incentive presented by Robin Bertagna. Final presentation.
We have professional agreement afterwards.
What?
For her.
Oh, for her.
Good evening. The developers for Feather River Mill Hotel reached out to city staff and requested that we reevaluate the existing agreement that is currently in place. Let me start with a little bit of background. The proposed site for this new hotel here in Yuba City is at 400 Bridge Street. The land is owned by the redevelopment agency successor agency. It has significant contamination issues. Phase 1 would be a 90-room hotel. The prior agreement was approved April 10th, 2018. The terms of the prior agreement that's currently still in place was for a 10-year period, and in year 1, 100% of the TOT tax, transient occupancy tax, would be rebated back to the hotel operator. In years 2 through 10, it would be 50%. The maximum reimbursement was to be $750,000. The net estimated city share, $1,820,000, and that was over the 10-year period. The revised terms of the proposed agreement before you tonight for consideration is for a term of 15 years, with 100% less $100,000 being rebated back the first year, and then 30% being rebated back in years 2 through 15, with a maximum reimbursement amount of $1,250,000 and a net estimated share to the city of $5.6 million. Significantly different items that have changed since that agreement was approved in April of 2018. The average room rate for hotels here in Yuba City have increased, and the occupancy rate has also increased. I think a large part of that is somewhat attributable to the campfire and people doing debris removal, contractors doing work up in that area. All the hotels in Butte County and in the surrounding communities are pretty well full these days. Benefits to the city: cleanup of the contaminated property, avoiding future costs paid by the general fund currently, development of Hotel Phase 1, property tax revenue through the RPTTF, which stands for Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund. That's how former redevelopment property tax is distributed back to the city and other taxing entities. Sales tax revenue from a gift shop or a potential small snack shop within the hotel development, and then increased TOT revenues 70% in years 2 through 15. With that, I will answer any questions that council may have.
Through the mayor, is the cleanup for the entire property or just the property that the hotel would sit on?
I'm going to look at Diana and defer to her. She's been more involved in the cleanup aspect of the contamination down there in the town center.
So the agreement with Mehmet Noyan would be that the property transfer to him and he'd be responsible for cleanup of the entire property. One thing that we're looking at right now is whether or not he can phase the cleanup so that he can clean up phase 1 associated with the hotel, store it on phase 2, and then once phase 2 moves forward, he would remove the contaminated material from the entire site. He's looking at that option. He's also looking at just cleaning phase 1 and hauling the material off-site. So we have a conference call this Friday to discuss those options further, but ultimately he would be responsible for the cleanup of the entire site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. All right, we have time for public comment. I do have one card here, Simon Gill. You need a award for your patience tonight.
Hey, Simon Gill, small businessman, resident of Yuba City for 30 years. We're doing the Spring Hill Suites Marriott on Woodward Street, Highway 99 and 20. And looking at some of the notes that were in there, they saying that the same case scenario would not be used on other hotels that will come in after this one. And we're looking at it that we've been starting this project back in 2016. Went through all the entitlement process, use permits already in. And we're just looking for the same level playing field as this project is. We do have a lot of burdensome with the Highway 99 improvements that's put on by us from Caltrans. The improvement on Woodward Street for the sewer, water storm drains, and curbs gutters. It is a public road. Still working on the future Civic Center Boulevard. Don't know what's going to happen there. That was put upon us. And we are building a 8,000 square feet conference center. I did approach the city council April of 2018, and some of the suggestions were if we could purchase the 2 homes to make the conference center larger. And we did end up purchasing those 2 homes to make the conference center bigger. And that would somehow work out a plan to get TOT or some kind of assistance with the project. That's it.
All right. You have a timeline or anything on your project, sir?
So what's kind of held it up was just financing was a big burden.
Yeah.
City of Yuba City, they don't know what the demand generators are. As everything we went through today, we don't know what's coming up, and the city's not really expanding at a fast pace for the banks to look at it. Considered a Class C city, not an A or a B. So those things have really affected to get the property off the ground. But I think I finally found a home for it, and we have restarted up the blueprints and everything, and be filing an extension for the use permit, and hopefully can break ground. If everything goes smoothly by next year.
Well, that's good news. Did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah. Can you clarify in the location again? Where did you say that?
Highway 99 and 20, it would be behind Spurbeck's Nursery, between
Okay. No.
2.1 acres back.
2.9, okay.
A couple houses that go with it also.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
It's exciting to hear about your project. I'm not going to be able to make any promises, but I think you'll find that this council is supportive of getting together with you in a way that makes sense for both the city and your project. Appreciate your interest.
It's great to hear what the city's been doing for the last 6 months with all the impact fees and all. At least you guys are all talking about it and assistance with this project on Feather Mills. At least it gets movement and then some action from everyone.
Well, we're definitely looking forward to talking and hearing from you. I haven't heard anything about the project in months. And so to hear you here today or see you here today is encouraging. Like Vice Mayor said, we can't make any promises, but we're definitely open to discussions.
No, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for coming. Any further public comment on the item? All right, bring it back to council.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I did coordinate with Robin with regards to some additional language we'd like to add to the resolution to make clear that this is not a gift of public funds, and it's part of the TOT is being done as part of the remediation process. And if it's okay with the council, I'd like to read that into the language.
Yes, please.
Thank you. It would add a new number 1 to the resolution to read as follows. The City Council finds that approval of the agreement is warranted as it furthers the public interest and has a public benefit and purpose. It provides for a mechanism to remediate known contamination issues and allow for development of the city and former RDA property, and also includes the public benefits and purposes as set forth in Section 3 of the agreement, which is incorporated by reference. Thank you.
I'd like to make that motion for
Thank you.
what he said.
All right, so you want to,
I thought we were.
we're done? Did you have, we're going to make a motion. Did
Oh,
have
are you?
something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have.
Unless you wanted to say
I think
more.
I had one INAP. I
If
just,
you want to make more comment, go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to, I love the fact that we're wanting to expand and develop. I just want to, voice about the cleanup is approximately over $1 million to clean up this particular land. And so when we're looking at future development and we have issues like this, and we know a developer's interested, I like to hope that we get that certainty that the developer and the investors are understanding what they're getting themselves into. So just would like to have that on the record. And, but I hope that we can get this going as well. Thank you.
All right, so I believe we have, thank you. I think we have a motion to approve. Correct?
Second.
Yeah.
Point of clarification, Mr.
Yes.
What Councilman Cardoza was approving was the change over here, but we still do not have the approval.
Approve the original.
So,
Okay.
can you expand on your motion?
Okay, staff's recommending to discuss and consider the approval of the City of Yuba City. Occupancy, taxes, I didn't bring my glasses tonight, reimbursement agreement, and Yuba City Hotel LP to incentive operations of the Holiday Express on the former Feather River project site. Approval of this agreement supersedes the replacement of 2016 agreement. 18. All right, I'm blind.
Plus what our city attorney
Plus what
said.
the attorney said.
All right. I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, Robin. We're almost there. Number 26, professional services agreement with FM3 Research for a public opinion survey, presented by Mr. Michael Rocker, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This item is an item recommending that the city hire a professional services agreement for a public opinion survey, with the idea that the FM3 would create questions to survey our public, and they would survey a sample size of roughly 1,000 people probably, but we'll get into the details with them exactly how many people they need to survey to have a what they call a 95 to 98% confidence level. And they can survey them on any questions that the council would like to ask. And so what I'm recommending is that this item, if it's approved tonight, come back to the city council for discussion on the questions that would be asked in the opinion survey, and that the consultant would also explain the methodology and the process and how they do the survey and why they can get a confidence level as high as 95 to 98% in terms of the accuracy of the poll. I would hope that we could get back to the council with that discussion within the next 4 weeks, so that the questions can be formulated and then they can do the poll. This does not in any way suggest that the council is embarking down the path of a revenue measure. That is not what's happening, just so that that's very clear. This is strictly an opinion survey to find out what the public thinks about the city, the services the city provides, and to see what the public's top priorities are, concerns, things they would like the city to do that isn't being done, or things that they like the city is doing that are being done, and all of those kinds of questions can be asked on the survey, including whether the public is interested in a revenue measure for a local sales tax, which is only paid on durable goods under California state sales tax law and only by consumers. Is not a flat tax that everybody pays the same way. It's paid based on how much you consume of durable goods that meet the exact definition of a sales tax in California. And food is not taxed in California, and services are not taxed at all. Only durable goods, things you can touch and feel. So the idea tonight is that the council go through this process in order to see what the public has to say about the way in which city services are delivered and what their thoughts are about whether the city should try to generate more revenue in order to meet the needs of what residents have already told us they would like to see us do, and based on what we heard earlier tonight on the backlog of infrastructure needs, both on buildings, streets, and other capital projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions so far? Any public comment? Nothing. Go ahead.
This is a difficult one for me. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the efforts of Mayor Harris and Councilman Shaw in a scrub of the budget process with Robin and her staff at the beginning of the year of the budget process. You know, I've given this a lot of consideration and sought guidance from folks in the community. I think that moving forward at this point would be a bit ill-advised, and the reason for that is not because we don't need additional money to do projects. I still think there's some more work to do in regards to the budget. And I realize that we're pretty close to the bone, but I'm still pretty interested in another look-see by our subcommittee. I also think it's important because this is a highly charged, is going to be a highly charged subject with the community that I represent, that we strategize a bit more about how we're going to play this out, and before we go out with a survey that's going to cost us $30,000 to determine public opinion. I think that at this point, based upon the presentation tonight, and which is the reason I asked the question on slide 22, it looks like we do have a little bit of time until the trajectory is such that we need to start to receive revenue. That's my opinion, and I appreciate the opportunity to share it with the council.
Thank you very much. Anybody else comment?
Michael, I think the idea of doing an opinion, I'm a person who likes data, to understand what, in various shapes and forms, and surveys and opinion polls, those things are interesting just to know kind of a trend of where things are at in the community. And the questions, I'm hoping that if we do agree to do this, that the questions be related to the essential services, as our vice mayor often refers to, and those essential services that we offer as a city. I don't always know, because I hear, we talk with the community often, if our community always understands what are those essential services. So I think it would be helpful to, if the survey was designed, if we were to do this, around those essential services, to understand affordable housing is a big issue that I hear a lot from the community that I'm in circles with, and also infrastructure seems to be often a conversation that comes up, and then I would have an interest to know if the community knows what our goals and priorities are, if they understand what we've developed together with our executive team and staffing. And I personally don't think that this is a clear roadmap to an idea of a measure or anything else. I'm looking at it, what is the public thinking of what's happening? There's been so much change in this last year, so it'd be interesting to do some of that surveying. And I would also hope that if we do this survey, that it would be translated in other languages and available to populations that are not always perhaps included in the discussion of what's going on in their world. So I'm looking at it from that venue. I'm looking at it as a point in time discussion. Will this help us? And then the roadmap for where we're, our revenue could take a dive. It could take a dive sooner because we don't understand sometimes, the change of the markets. And it made me a little uncomfortable when the audit gentleman said that if we receive no money, that the city only really has enough money for 3 months or something. And that made me feel really uncomfortable. I thought, oh gosh, but thankfully I think we're good, right? Right, Robin? Okay, good. So those are my thoughts as we move forward. If we all agree, I would be interested. I know $30,000 sounds like a large amount, and it is a large amount. Yet for this kind of work, it seems to be the going rate, and at least in my experience.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through the mayor. Talking very candidly, Mr. Rock, you and I have talked in your office about this survey, and you know my feelings quite well on this. Right now, I think that this is stepping out too fast, too quick, and I think further discussion needs to ensue on this. I had a lot of concern and questions concerning the last survey that went out, and I'll just be quite candid. I believe it was probably the most ridiculous survey I'd seen in a long time. I actually saw the survey. It was, do you want better police? Do you want better fire? Do you want to eat? Do you want to breathe? Is how I equate it. Of course, everyone's going to say yes. If we go forward with any type of quality of life survey or anything at this time, with everything that the other municipalities are doing, it's going to be on the table instantly. People are going, they're after a rev measure. Even though we know that this is just a precursor to that. I think the council needs to have more deliberation amongst ourselves and talk about what we really want to ask in the survey. And find out maybe what people really want, but I think trying to do it now at December to try to hurry and get something out in January, we're just clipping along at too fast of a pace. And the one thing that this council has done during the past 12 months is won back the trust of the community and the taxpayers. And I do not want to jeopardize that at all. My recommendation would be to slow down. Let's have further open discussions about, is this the right course? What are we thinking? We've already gone through the budget process once, and it was the first time the council has ever really participated in that. Robin, you've done a great job. Spencer, you're going to do a great job. But as the priorities have changed over the years, our budget, because of the direction of the council, is starting to line up truly with our priorities. And I've seen that this past year. So I think we need to just walk very gingerly through this. There may be a point in time to do the survey, but my suggestion is it's not January or February of 2020. I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to go on before we get too far ahead of this and present the wrong message. So.
All right. And did I have already asked for public comment?
Mm-hmm.
Have I? Okay. All right. Well, it is definitely important to hear the opinions and the survey of our community and how they feel about how we're doing and what we're doing and why we're doing it. I do concur that, let's face it, it's good to know some stuff, but we really want to know, based on the report today especially, what is the appetite for the willingness of a revenue measure. And I do believe we do have some more room to discuss that. We can talk about the budget a little bit more. I do not think we have millions of dollars, which is what we need to make us where we want to be. So eventually we'll probably be looking at something like that. But I concur that perhaps it might be too much too soon, and timing is everything. It's very important to get the message out there for folks. But again, yeah, it's clear that what we want to do is to figure out what our options are to generate revenue. It's $30,000 for something basically dressed up. How do you feel about whatever, when we really want to get down to that one question of, will you support a revenue measure? Perhaps the timing is a little bit off for that. So, do we?
Let me be clear,
comment?
Mayor. Yeah, I don't, and fellow council members, I'm not seeing this as a full-blown, we're on the path to the measure. That's not my view about doing the survey. Again, I'm looking at it, my discipline is a master's with social work. We utilize a lot of surveys to understand the needs of different areas that we work with. So in looking, I'm not looking just as a revenue to say the revenue for this next following year. If we were to then turn into maybe every 2-year budget review, this might just help us in finding that trend, where we at right now with the community. Again, I'm asking to expand who we're surveying, and those that were asked to be in the last survey that I never saw, Councilman Shaw, thankfully, that it would add, maybe we can add other community members that are not always asked, what is your opinion? What do you think about this community? So I'm looking at it from that vantage point, and to determine those other outcomes, what other revenues do we have to look for, or what is it that we can offer differently? That discussion comes down the line. But I would be supportive of this if no one else, I motioned this and everyone else said no, I would be okay with that. But I'm just saying that there's something more than just a measure revenue out of this. Those are my thoughts.
Through the mayor. Councilmember Espandola, you're spot on with what you're saying. Is what we're saying, and that is, we're talking about going out and doing a survey and spending $30,000, even though it's a small amount. But things that I've shared with our city manager is the same thing. I don't think 1,000 people are enough. We've got to have a good cross section. What kind of questions are we going to ask? These are the discussions that all have to happen before we ever get to the point of hiring that consultant to come in and say, let's do this. Because we need to get our act together with what our expectations are and what we're really driving for before we go here. So to me, this is premature.
I can respect that, Councilman Shaw. I'm thinking that as a consultant that this person would walk us through that process and allow us to come to some sort of decision about the questions, because it was important to me to have input on the design of the questions. I've done, I've been involved in multiple types of surveys and opinion polls that I've done professionally and for my discipline. So that would be important. If you're saying, eventually we might get there, we need to do a little more work, I'd be supportive of that. But I'm okay with this process because I think I understand it. That's probably going to get us there. But if we don't want to spend the money first and do some prep work ourselves with our team, but let's put a time frame to that. Let's put, where at what point do we make that decision and say, okay, no, we're not going to go opinion poll. We tried doing the prep work. It's taking longer than a year. And looking at our forecasting of fiscal issues, a year, 2020 is next month. And so looking at that view, it's really, we only have one more year because then 2020 then is the following year. So, and we don't know all of the market. And looking at our economy, our medium income households are what, 50, 40,000 a year. And we want to develop these $500,000 lot homes. Where are these folks going to come from? That's why I keep asking, are they coming from Sacramento to buy those lots? I'm good. But our people in our community, the majority of our folks, cannot afford them. So that's what I want to know. Do you know our goals and priorities? Do you know the essential services of this city? Are you accessing those services? How often are you involved? Do you have problems with your water bills? You know, those kinds of things I would be interested to know as a representative of this community from a variety of folks. Well, let's do the roll call.
I mean, through the mayor, I understand what the council is saying. I'm just trying to figure out, it sounds to me like what the council would like to do is have a study session where we talk about what is the survey, how is it done, what kind of questions do you want to ask, and just have very, you know, like a starting point, because there's got to be a starting point somewhere if it's the desire to seek out information that may, and I stress the word may, lead to a revenue measure. You got to start somewhere. So the question is, do you start with just informal discussions in a study session atmosphere where the council can ask and formulate essentially the questions that you would like to ask to get information that would help you then determine whether or not you would pursue some sort of revenue measure? And there's lots of different types of revenue measures. The idea is to keep this as open-minded as possible until the council can figure out what may be the best course of action. Of course, there's majority vote measures and 2/3 vote measures, and there's elections that are held only every other year, and there's also elections that are held anytime you want to hold an election for a 2/3 vote. So there's lots of different ways this can go if the council even gets there. So the only thing I'm trying to figure out is if the council would like to discuss it in an open session and in a workshop session, we would still need some professional advice on how those, you know, processes work. And so I just need to figure out how we could get that advice without, I mean, the entire survey costs $30,000, but getting professional advice on how to do a survey and what kind of questions to ask, you know, that probably would cost a lot less. And that could be something that we could look into if the council has an interest in starting the process from that point. So I'm just, because I'm hearing that you would like to talk about it and you would like to try to figure out, you know, a little slower pace. I get that. And again, we can go as slow as you need to go in terms of getting enough people involved and engaged in the conversation. That's fine. Because, you know, when you have this many people in a city, it takes a while to get people engaged. And I totally understand that. So those are my thoughts. And
Well, that all makes sense. Nice to have somebody input to kind of steer the conversation. We have this thing called the Brown Act, and so none of us have discussed this in any detail to see where each other's coming from. And so we do need to have that conversation in an open forum, and I think that would be our best next step.
okay.
Yeah.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
And I did mention this to the city manager, so it's not new information. I think the public needs to be engaged in these discussions 100% before we get out in front of our skis, so to speak. I think that the sessions we need to have are similar to the one we had with the development impact fees. I know it's going to take time, but this is, and I know that we have financial needs. I know that as well as any of us up here. But I think this is a significant step for this council to take to even consider. You know, the first sentence here says to survey the residents of the city to see if there's support for a revenue measure. The minute this gets out, if we'd approve this thing, they're going to come, I told, there we come, it's a tax measure. You know what, is that really what we're going to do? I know that's not the intent, but that's how this thing is written. And, you know, for me, a lot of this is about strategically wading through public opinion, figuring out what the public will support, and being open and transparent. I know that's a word that's used a lot today, but we need to have that level of transparency with those folks that we represent. I would hope that at some point we'd be able to earn their trust or continue to earn their trust. They would see that we have done everything that we could do here to trim the budget, and that we really do have a demonstrated need to help with roads and infrastructure and whatever it is at that point we need. But at this particular time, I think pump the brakes a little bit. Let's go through the process of engaging the public and seeking where they're at. Now, whether we need to do a facilitator or not for that, I'm lukewarm to that. I'm willing to listen, but we represent the people. We can get out in front of the people. We did it when we ran. We do it every other Tuesday night. So again, I don't want to sound like Debbie Downer and I'm against all this. I just think there's a process that needs to be followed, and I'd like for us to follow the process.
I support that.
If we get to the,
Yeah, I know, I support that. I think, if they're still awake, I'm sure they're probably watching us, but I like the idea of continuing to engage the public. I just want to diversify that engagement of public and allowing people from a multiple sets of groups of our community and ages, because, we have a large senior population as well, that sometimes, their needs are going to be different than others. So I looked at it as an opportunity to really maybe target ourselves and where are we at besides what we hear from our city staff. So we could do it this way, what you're suggesting, and I've done those, and those are more like focus groups where you don't, people are coming in and giving you their input. I would be open to that if that's what we all agree to. But I like to see a variety of people here. And I appreciate the folks that come here normally most Tuesdays, but I really would like to see a wider range of community.
Yeah, through the mayor. I hear what you're saying, and it seems to me the next step would be to have essentially a study session community meeting where we can get as many people as possible to just begin the discussion. There's got to be a beginning point somewhere. And yeah, we need to put on the brakes. That's sort of the taskmaster part of me that, that's me, and I take responsibility for this. But it's a big city, and we need to get as many people involved as possible from the beginning, not in the middle or the end, and that is very important. And I have done revenue measures before, and it is, it can be a very long process. Roseville's process took almost 2 years. So I understand that we need to go at the pace that this community is comfortable with. So I would suggest that the next step would be that we set up a special study session whenever the council's comfortable doing that. It could be at the end of January when people are settled down and back in their routines. And then go from there and see how that meeting goes, and then we can evaluate along the way.
Thank you. I think it kind of aligns with everything. I think the study session trying to get the groundwork going, and then the outreach as well, even if we have to go to a series of different meetings and go into the other communities themselves to make sure we are communicating with them to where it's a little more comfortable for them to come to a meeting.
Yeah, we would do some extensive outreach.
And I think the communication, the reasoning, lay out in as simple as possible terms where the budget is, where we want to be, why we have concerns, our roads alone. We're millions and millions of dollars short. And the more open we are about that and the more potholes people hit, I think it helps with the success rather than ramrodding it through and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and there's two ways to go about this, and I think that doing some public education and community dialogue first, and then doing the survey also makes a lot of sense, maybe more sense, because now you're getting their public's opinion after they've been informed,
right? And
they've had a back and forth dialogue with their elected officials and staff who are presenting information. And, that kind of survey has some value, I think more value, in terms of where people might be at that particular point in time after they've had some information and dialogue. So that could work well. And we'll see where we go.
All right, so that'll be the direction. We clear on any questions on our next steps?
I'll have Judy get a hold of you to see when, it'll probably be more towards the end of, it's not going to be before the end of January because we need to do the education and outreach to get people aware of the issue and to get them to a community meeting, which we probably would not hold in here. We would want to have it more relaxed and informal and more back and forth dialogue.
All right, well, thank you very much. All right, so move on to appointments to city council regional committees. That's an annual thing that the mayor does. I did so with several discussions, and a couple amendments, some arguments, questions answered and everything else, but we have it nailed down. In an arm wrestle mass. But so do we have, I don't know if you all have the amended. I have it in front of me. Has that been dispersed? Okay, perfect. So unless there are any questions, we also have, I believe it was available out front. If we have any questions, we need to get that approved and sealed.
I'd like to motion the approval of the mayor's assignments for the regional boards and committee for calendar year 2020.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. We'll move on to future agenda items.
Mr. Mayor?
On that, yes, sir.
We need to go back to, I know it's late, but we need to go back to the city manager and council reports.
I'm doing that right after future agenda items.
I'm sorry.
Well, at least that's how I wrote it down. Is that supposed to be very, very last? All right, well, any future agenda items since I already said it? Nothing?
The future agenda items is on there in case the council has something that we have not discussed before, is not being carried over from a previous agenda, and is something that you'd like to direct staff essentially to do or to have as an item for a future. It takes a majority vote of the council to do that. We try to make sure that you don't necessarily have something, by having dialogue with you and tracking those future items with you every time we do our one-on-one meetings. But if there is something that just didn't come up and you'd like to direct me essentially to bring it back to you, we can do that under the future agenda items.
All right, well, thank you. That's a new agenda item, and I appreciate that opportunity being kind of hardwired into our schedule. I know I don't have anything right now. Does anybody else? No? All right, so we'll go on to city manager reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the city council. On yesterday, the mayor and I and some other staff members, Diana and Terrell, provided a tour of Yuba City with a delegation from the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, including their Chief Executive Officer, Barry Broom, and their Executive Officer, Danielle. We were able to show Greater Sacramento some of the development that has been occurring in this city, as well as areas that have been designated for development in the city's general plan, such as the Bogue Stewart area. Also on the tour, of course, was our Public Works Director, Diana Langley, Economic Development Commission Chair, Christine Ivory, and Downtown Business Association President, Sandy Drown. Also from the Yuba Sutter Economic Council, we had Brenda Stranix. And I thought it went very well. We toured all the great places in our city. We had lunch at the Happy Viking. We had way too many chicken wings, but it was a really good event. They got to see things they'd never seen before. We took them to neighborhoods and drove them right through residential neighborhoods. We did a tour of baked industries for a good hour, and Todd gave them a tour of all of his facilities. It was truly, I think, informative for them, and what we hope to get out of that is they help us and keep us in mind when there are regional requests from outside economic interests and corporations. City Hall will be closed the week of Christmas, December 23rd through the 27th, and again on New Year's Day. January 1st is the mayor's Polar Bear Plunge. Do you think you can handle the cold? Water slide and or jump into the ice cold activity pool to welcome in 2020. The event is from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Refreshments will be provided after the plunge. Everyone receives a t-shirt. You can register up until the morning of the event. As stated earlier this evening, the 6th and final community workshop on CalPERS unfunded pension liability will be this Thursday at 6 p.m. right here in the council chambers. And our regular meeting that is normally on January 7th for next year has been canceled, and so the council's next regular meeting will be January 21st, 2020. Thank you.
And thank you. Councilmember Cardoza.
All righty. So it's been a busy month. I'm going to start with Michael's comment on the Polar Bear Plunge. It's not from 9 to 1. It's probably be from 9 to 10, at the most 11 o'clock. But we are jumping in the pool at 9 o'clock, and then there'll be refreshments afterwards, and good time. It's going to be a good time. I believe we have just a hair under 50 people at this time. I'm hoping to get more in the next 10 days. So it's going to be a fun time with that. So I'm going to start with chamber events. There wasn't very many. We had a ribbon cutting for the So You Can Foundation, and that group is, they get meals and presents for Christmas for families and youth. We attended the Business Connection Breakfast. It was the state of Beale Air Force Base, and the bottom line is Beale isn't going anywhere. They're getting bigger and badder every day. So that's going to be in our community for quite a long time. Meetings. I attended the Yuba City Transit Authority meeting, our Regional Housing Authority, Building Better Partnerships, our Building Better Partnerships. We have construction going on in 4 counties, and also the New Haven project. The old building's gone, the land's leveled out, and we'll be, after the spring, we'll be getting bids from a contractor and breaking ground hopefully in the fall. Feather River Air Quality Board District. I attended the Bi-County Homeless Services Group, and in that, the 5 jurisdictions voted, and we are looking to going out to hire for the Homeless Consortium, executive director. So that's moving on. Councilmember Espindola and I and supervisors Solinger and Zigemeyer, we had our first homeless ad hoc committee. Attended the Economic Development Commission, and there's some that the other councils will go on. For community events, we had a fun month. Council, we were at the annual VIP Thanksgiving luncheon at King Avenue School, fed the children and a few adults. Thanksgiving feast by the Good Seed Church. Thanksgiving Day, I fed the folks at Salvation Army. We did about 200 families, a little over 300 to 400 people. Attended the Donor Dinner 2019 for the Habitat of Humanity. Reefs Crossed America. The mayor and I were at the Yuba City Cemetery. Attended the Sutter County Museum, Trees and Traditions with council. And I also attended the annual Children's Holiday Party with Santa. Exodus Celebration and Toy Drive at Mr. Shaw's and Associates. And the Christmas Stroll was a wonderful event. For city events, I attended the Senior Center's Waffle Wednesday. Council attended the Holiday Potluck and Tree Lighting. I attended the Yuba City Police Department's K-9 and the Yuba City Fire Department's Toys for Tots Drive. Attended this weekend the Yuba City Fire Department's Breakfast with Santa. And this morning, I was count me in for coffee with our Yuba City Police Department. And then we had pictures with Santa here at City Hall. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Is everyone still awake? Our team out there is looking pretty bright and cheery. Okay, let's move along. So with a change of committees, I am now on the Sutter Buttes Flood Counties Agencies. And I am going to meet with the director, Michael, who said that you recommended that I do that. So I am going to be meeting with him. Councilman Cardoza talked about the ad hoc committee with the homeless ad hoc. We don't have a second meeting yet. We did do a planning commission workshop and reviewed, the harder specific plan. And so I think that's progressing along, which is a good thing. We also had an impact fees growth meeting, which we discussed a little bit about that this evening. And I found it to be really fun to be with, and most of all of us were there actually, with the senior center holiday potluck and tree lighting. That was really neat, and bring the spirit of the holidays. And I just kind of crashed without being invited to the youth commission meeting, and boy, they are on it, man. They are just so. And I think I might get an invitation back. And so I want to recognize the food bank because they gave 40 turkeys to the seniors, and we were all there. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Keep it short and sweet. First of all, I want to thank Southwest Airlines for getting me here on time tonight. But with that, Robin, thank you. You will be a recovering CPA in just a few days, which means you'll be retired. So thank you for your service and congratulations. You will be missed. So with that, not really much has gone on. I've been out of town. I missed the stroll because I was celebrating my anniversary. I just flew back in this afternoon. Want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and looking forward to the work we've got ahead of us coming up this next year. So with that, I'll hand it off so we can get out of here.
May I? Perfect. Participated in a lot of things that have already been said, but I just want to make a couple significant events that were there. Not that the others weren't significant, but Wreaths Across America represented the city at Sutter Cemetery. Very well attended, honoring Americans, veterans on the holidays. The Christmas stroll, did miss you, Councilman Shaw, but we had the jolly fella on top of the fire engine, and we got the tree lit and had it. And we want special thanks to Larry Givicki Ford for providing us a truck to stand in, and we didn't fall out, so that was good too. We have the first initial meeting on the Master Tax Exchange Agreement tomorrow. That starts tomorrow, and that's obviously, with all that we went through tonight, we're going to get after that. And here's my final thing, two things actually. But first, Robin, had the opportunity to work with you for probably 10 of those 21 years, and trust me, she was super, super important to me personally and professionally as here, as an employee of the city. Very supportive. Very patient, with a fire chief who just needed money, and she was great. And it was great to come back after a 10-year hiatus and then interact with you again, and the support and patience once again that you showed with us here at the council. I certainly hope that we get to see you here a little bit every now and then, because I really do appreciate you. And final thing is to anybody out there that's watching, and especially to our staff here and colleagues, Merry Christmas. We have Christmas coming up. So I wish everybody that. And I guess I'll have to wish you a Happy New Year, too, because probably won't see you before then either, because I'm not doing the polar bear plunge.
Mayor, can I just say, Robin, I'm so sorry. I'm just thinking that you're coming back. I'm just wishing that, but you're not. And I want to say thank you for all the years of your service, and also for meeting multiple times with me and being so patient and walking me through the entire budget and explaining it, dumbing it down for me, because it was really useful that way. And I wish you a lot of vacations, travel. Send us postcards, would you please, from all the places that you're going to go. That way I know that you're still thinking of us all in some way or another. And please, that's what I wanted her to do, that. And I forgive me, I didn't say Feliz Navidad, Feliz Año Nuevo, and Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year and happy holidays for those that are celebrating a different holiday. Or if you're not, virtual hug. Have a great evening. Bye.
All right. I too attended many of the things that have already been mentioned, so I'm going to skip to one. I did want to reiterate Wreaths Across America. It's a very poignant event. I spoke briefly at our Yuba City Cemetery, and it's an honor to be a part of that. So that was very, very nice to be there. Meeting with Senator Nielsen a couple times, and including tomorrow at the state capitol with our city manager regarding the progress and the funding primarily and the content of the regional training center. Looking forward to conversations with that as that process moves forward with the senator and his legislative director. Regarding SACOG, we did approve the model. It's kind of a complicated thing, not for something to be explained at 11:30 at night, but the model that we use to decide whether we're being successful at reducing our greenhouse gas emissions was in jeopardy of being invalidated by the federal government, but we were able to approve a plan to where that is no longer the case. So that was a huge deal. It's going to save us a lot of time, money, and effort. Again, PERS workshops are continuing alive and well. Our final one is this Thursday. Looking forward to that with you, sir. And then I too was going to mention our visit and tour with the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. I think they were excited to be here. They combined our tour with a couple across the river as well. And I really think they had some eye-opening experiences, and I thank staff for all the hard work they put into preparing that. That was a lot of work. And then also, I too would like to thank Robin. We've worked together solidly for 3 years and even a little bit before that. And always had the utmost respect for you, your hard work, your professionalism, and everything you bring to the table. And Spencer, thank you and congratulations to you and in your new role. And we're really looking forward to working with you. You may be a little bit different, but no less professional, no less, and it's going to be a good thing. So it's nice to have somebody of your caliber in filling up those very big shoes, but I think we're going to be very successful as she passes on the torch to a very qualified and professional person. So thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. Ben, once again, I thank you in the corner, but my God, next to no notice, you had a marathon presentation, series of them, and did a great job. I think everybody's well informed, all questions were answered, and go Yuba City. All right. You all have a great night. Thanks for a long evening. Take care.
Merry Christmas, everyone.